even when you lost. There's always a hope. Rise and fight.
Guys, welcome back to BSL21. Today we're doing the first round of our tiebreaker round here. We got TerrOr, Aeternum, HBO, and Kyrie. I'm joined here by Sterling. How you doing today, Sterling?
Hey, I'm doing fantastic. I'm so happy to be here. 4 really good players today.
Mm-hmm.
I just ate a bunch of pizza, which is a wonderful thing on a Saturday.
Yeah.
I'll be in a food coma for the first couple matches, so you just handle the casting. I'll just sit here and enjoy the games.
All right, sounds good. We'll do. I like the this Captain America getup you got going on, by the way. Very cool.
Thanks, man. You know, Halloween was like a couple weeks ago. I got the shield. I made that from Etsy products.
Yeah.
And it's it's cool. It's a spandex suit, which is like, it's kind of my thing, so I'm excited.
All right, awesome. I like it. So today our first match is going to be HBO and Kyrie. It's going to be on the map Litmus, as you see here. So the way it's going to work is we have a set map for the first round, and then the loser of the first round, the first game, is going to pick or ban a map, and then the winner will pick a map, or vice versa, rather. Sorry. Yeah, so we're going to be starting off with HBO and Kyrie. The other match is going to be a little bit delayed, so they'll be after that one instead. As far as Kyrie and HBO goes, Kyrie's been really active lately. Remap loves talking about how active and how good Kyrie is right now, so I'm expecting good things from him. HBO, he has another Polish Zerg, I do believe, yeah.
He's Polish. There's such a big stuff I've seen in Poland. Honestly,
Yeah.
There's so many players from Poland, and there's a lot of good players.
Mhm.
I am concerned for HBO because Kyrie does have fantastic TVZ. He's really, really good.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think Kyrie, at least from what I've seen, his TVZ is his strongest by a pretty large margin, actually. And, we've even been talking about setting up a match between Kyrie and Hawk, and I do actually feel like Kyrie would be pretty heavily favored, especially if he's being as active as I'm being told he is. So we'll see what HBO can show us today. I think he's got a super tough opponent.
He does, and it is a matchup where you can be a little tricky and you can be a little cheesy. Like, there's some stuff you can do with Lurker, with Zergling. But it's especially hard when, if the Terran is confident and they're playing defensive, it's a lot harder to get those cheeses through.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
His Muta are going to need to be on point, and maybe some Zergling Floods, and yeah, we'll see what he brings.
Yeah. All right, looks like our players are ready, so we're going to hop into this first game. All games today are a best of 3. We got HBO versus Kyrie on Litmus.
Is this where we don't talk?
We're good now. All right, spawning here. Spawning here in the top right corner, we have our Terran player Kyrie. And his opponent here in the bottom right corner, our Zerg player HBO, aka Hula Baloo.
Oh, HBO is Hula Baloo. Okay.
Yeah.
I have played some games with this player, and
Yeah.
very, very good player. Tough opponent for me. He still has an uphill battle because Kyrie is just super, super good at TVZ.
Yeah. From what I remember with HBO, I've hit him on the ladder a couple times as well. So I played him a few times. He's a little bit unorthodox, but I do actually believe, and I could be wrong about this, and it has been like a few months since I played him, but when I looked at his stats after I played him, I do remember ZVT maybe being the matchup that he struggled with the most, and this is probably true for a lot of Zerg players, to be fair.
Weird.
And like we said, Kyrie's TVZ is super strong, so this could also be a little bit of a matchup disadvantage for HBO.
Yeah, I'm always curious to see what people bring. One thing I love about Foreigner StarCraft is you do see matches that have a clear favorite and a clear underdog. And I mean, I'm not sure if HBO would agree with that or not, but I like watching matches where somebody knows they're the underdog and they need to tap into a bag of builds, tap into some kind of unexpected strategies in order to pull out a win. It just makes StarCraft very entertaining.
Yeah.
But this
absolutely.
could all be like just, how I view it, and it could be that HBO wants to bring a very standard macro game, and we'll just see. I'm really curious. I think game 1 will set the pace for the whole series.
Yeah. It absolutely could. I do, again, it's been a bit since I've watched HBO, so this will be kind of a learning experience for me as well watching this series, but I feel like he does have a little bit of that unorthodox style, right, as a lot of foreigners do, because we don't really do anything correctly to begin with. So everything's like offbeat. Yeah, exactly. So we'll see what he wants to bring to the table. If he does want to do something like wacky and weird, Litmus is the best map for it. But typically, when you're in a series, especially when it's your first game of the tournament for the day, you want to play whatever is the most comfortable for you, right? So usually the beginning is going to be something pretty standard.
Was this opening a 10 racks or an 8 racks?
I think it was a 10 racks. It looks like a 10 racks to me.
Okay, so this is a first little skill check from Kyrie, and I see Kyrie do this in all 3 matchups. He throws skill checks at his opponents. So TVT, he'll send his first vultures. TVP, he will send the tank and 3 marines and try to really pressure you. He'll make sure that you know how to micro and you're on the ball. And we see this here with this marine poke threatening a bunker. He's checking. The Terran version of sending a zealot.
Yeah, I've seen him do this quite often, what he's doing with his marines right here too. It's one of those things where I'm not good enough to be comfortable to do this, right? But I see Kyrie do it all the time where he always rallies his marines forward while he's got the SCV alive to keep in check on the lane count and just have his marines postured aggressively so that if he catches them skipping lanes or anything, or catches them slipping on anything, he'll immediately go and punish them. But the SCV does die, so at this point he's not gonna walk across the map or anything, but he still does make HBO worry about things, right? So we threaten the Overlord a little bit, the lings come out, we get a little bit of a tap there, and it's making him pay attention to things, whereas Kyrie is very, very fast and very efficient. We do have a bit of a sneaky hatchery here, though. Might try to do some sort of hidden tech here. I see this hatchery. Sorry, go ahead.
To your point on keeping the marines out there, it is so scary to do as a Terran. It is so scary. You're playing with fire because if there is a Ling Flood and you miss scouting, you can just die immediately. And so it's not as easy as it looks to have your Marines forward.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to see what HBO has planned with this hidden hatchery.
Oh my god. Well, he committed because there was a second behind him and he got a drone for it, so it's pretty much the most Kyrie could hope for.
We have some pressure coming across the map. Skill check number 2. Zerg really does need 2 Sunkens here, or a big flood of Lings.
Yeah, if there's not a bunch of Lings coming, he actually is just dead here. He's going to try to pull drones to help it, which means that we do not have Lings hatching anytime super soon. So the Marine's going to jump on top of this Sunken, going to get it pretty low. Okay, well, we get a couple drone kills. We force a second Sunken, force a bunch of Lings. This is really good damage already, though, for Kyrie. And
yes,
so
and a decent defense, but he did take a lot of damage. And those drones were pulled off the line for so long, whereas Kyrie has just been mining.
Yeah, this is actually a lot of damage. It might not look like a lot to you guys, but that was an additional Sunken that HBO didn't want to make. That was 2 drones going down that was pulled off the line, and that's a bunch of extra Lings that he didn't want to make. So the amount of actual drone damage he took, both from lost mining and, you know, all the Lings and Sunken, is actually pretty insane. Like, that's a good, like, 7-8 drones total.
What? Man, I'm so curious.
And the factory is so fast.
It is a really fast factory, and that'll help him a lot against the Hydra Den build.
Yeah.
I'm curious about the Den in the main, instead of being behind the natural at the hidden hatchery. Like, if there was a Spire hidden in the back, I would be very excited about this. But if he is going into a Lurker build, I wonder why he didn't hide the Den. Could it be that he intended to, but just didn't send a drone down there? Or...
Yeah, it's hard to say for sure. We can speculate. Like, I really thought when I saw that hatchery go down that it was going to be that, like, hidden tech where you show one and do the other. But he may have been planning on that, and because of this push, like, really doing so much damage, it may have just completely knocked him off his build, so he just committed to this Lurker thing instead. But, again, it's hard to say for sure.
That's... Oh, could it be a slow drop?
It might actually be.
He is putting those Overlords in position.
Yeah, he's got the one Overlord going up right now. We have a Wraith being built, actually. That's interesting. Also, probably pretty good if you know that a slow drop is coming.
It looks like Zerg is making a lot of units, so whatever this is, it's going to be aggressive. Like, HBO is not taking a third, and he's not teching to Hive. So he will be attacking somewhere. Could be the natural, could be behind the natural.
This fireball getting between here is pretty insane. Go snipe off one Lurker, but the Lings are going to pounce on this. We do have that Firebat in there, though, which makes it actually very easy for Kyrie to fight against those Lings. Just having that, like, 1 or 2 Firebats make Lings so not scary to your Bioball, it's actually pretty crazy.
Yes, and having that type of reaction time of just pulling back before you get surrounded by the Lings and sandwiched, like, it's so hard to play against a Zerg, man, when you can't actually fully surround the Terran because they're on top of their stims, they're on top of their army movement. HBO droned heavily, so Caster's curse a little bit. He's not going to be committing to an attack, but he has a lot of drones, a lot of eco.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say for sure what HBO is exactly up to, and as those Marines got cleaned up. The Wraith is going to fly near and find the Spire, but I thought for a second, because we dropped this third gas and the Spire, that we were going to try to go for like a surprise Muta swap. But then he kept making Hydras and Lurkers.
Oh, there is speed. There is speed. And Zerg is on 3 gas. This is one of those pretty unique maps that has 2 gases in the main. And I believe they're like half gases, so they mine out quickly. But Zerg, HBO's cooked up a real strategy here where he's using that gas and he's building a very, very potent timing out of it. He's going for a huge drop in the main. Aussie to hockey. Could these lurkers get on top of the ramp? What's
If the lurkers get on the ramp, it is super hard to clear. Honestly, even if they're not on the ramp, it's still pretty hard because you got the SimCity working against Terran quite a bit. The vessel does pop out. We do have at least one tank out, so he's going to be able to clear it in theory efficiently, but how much damage do we take in the meantime is the question.
Oh my god, HBO has cooked up something insane. What are we watching? That is so many lurkers. How do you
does have
kill
a few
this many
tanks, but
lurkers?
Kyrie's having a really hard time with the pathing coming up this ramp, so he's taking a lot of damage, and we have additional drops kind of joining the fight a little bit. It's going to stem forward and jump on top of these lurkers with the tank helping to clean them up. Big splashes, though, there on the Marine's going to clean up a bunch of the bio. And going to try and drop some additional lurkers here to get some eco damage, but Kyrie actually very intelligently already had these tanks kind of pre-sieged for the multi-prong. And all in all, as chaotic as that was, I think Kyrie cleaned it up pretty efficiently.
That was an amazing hold. I thought Kyrie was completely dead, and he managed to work those tanks into his main and deal with that while defending the natural. God, that shows a lot of experience on Kyrie's part, where he's dealing with. There's the main threat on the screen, which is the big drop in the main base. But Kyrie was also aware of his next point of weakness, his natural.
Yeah.
He covered both.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is. It is that kind of showing of experience there from Kyrie, because most people, myself included, when I saw it, I was like, brother, we need all our tanks up here to clean this as fast as possible. But he was already planning for what HBO's next move possibly was going to be, and yeah, he completely minimized the damage. We're still making more Wraith, which is interesting, because he's finding some value with them, with all the chaos going on.
Yeah, very interesting. And man, HBO's in tough shape for the rest of this game, but I love the strategy he brought to game one. I just think he gave himself a very real chance. That drop was super, super deadly, and I appreciate this. I mean, he cooked something up that was very, very cool. Now we've got Kyrie barreling down the front with Marine Medic Tank Vessel. HBO going for a last-minute counterattack. Drop the lurkers, drop the ultras!
Unfortunately, it looks like only 2 lurkers able to get out of all these overlords. And
It
yeah.
was still good. It is still good.
Yeah, it's great. But our natural is dead. We're not even burning the lurkers anymore. And we're gonna get a couple down, but it's gonna be a little bit of a spread. And this is kind of the last dredges of life here from HBO. And he is gonna GG out. Kyrie gonna take a solid game 1 victory here over HBO on Litmus.
Ozzy, that was a fantastic game of StarCraft.
It was good.
Both players played very well. HBO was tapping into like the creative strategy side of the game. I would argue he embraced that he's a little bit of an underdog in this matchup, and he was going to find a way to mix things up. And I love what he did. I mean, Kyrie ended up taking it, but that game was closer than it might look, Yeah. He that was a lot of lurkers he dropped in Kyrie's main. A lot of lurkers burrowed.
Yeah, I think that's actually what you made. The statement you made there, I agree 100%. It was closer than it looks. It might have looked like it wasn't that close because Kyrie, his crisis management was so strong there. But there are a lot of players in that exact same situation, probably myself included, that completely crumbles under that. Yeah. Like, I look at that and I'm like, this. I was having flashbacks of Erdmon sneaking those 5 lurkers on my ramp and how I just like completely just self-destructed with these lurkers up there. But yes, Kyrie made it look so simple.
And I wonder. So Kyrie was able to scam the Hydra Den, and that may be why he had tanks, because Terran don't always build tanks TVZ, and I'm wondering if HBO had hidden the den behind his Nat. If Kyrie may have floated the factory and not had tanks to deal with that drop.
Yeah, I agree. I would like to have seen that tech hidden. All right, so our next map.
Both ways. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, our next map is going to be Metropolis, so just to clear up, in case I caused a little bit of confusion earlier, real quick before we get the game started. It is the loser picks a map and the winner bans a map, so I just want to clarify that. But alright, here we go. We're going to jump into the second game here between Kyrie and HBO here on Metropolis. Alright. Spawning here in the top right corner, we have our Terran player currently up 1-0, Kyrie. This opponent spawning here in the bottom right corner, currently down 1-0. We have 0-1. We have HBO.
HBO ZVT on Metropolis. Ozzy, if you're a Zerg player, you're S-rank Zerg player, you're playing a high S, extremely Gosu, super Gosu, Terran. What do you do? What do you bring? Metropolis is kind of a weird map. I mean, there's room for drops on this map.
Yep.
There's a lot of bases you can hide.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think with HBO, I didn't want to say it earlier because I wasn't sure if his style had changed, but I do remember him being much more of a lurker player in my games against him as well. So we might see more lurker play. I will say that on this map, if you ever get lurkers behind the natural, it is such a nightmare to deal with when you're Terran. It can be game ending when lurkers get back there. So we'll see if HBO might want to go for some sort of lurker play again and maybe try to, work his magic and get some lurkers back there. But I do think that if you're not confident with your Muta playing, Kyrie is someone you don't want to play Muta against because he's already so good at TVZ. I think making it weird when you are down, expected to lose, right? You're a little bit mismatched. I think that the lurker play and the weird play is exactly what you need to be going for.
Yes. And correct me if I'm wrong, this is HBO's map choice?
Yep.
And do we know what Kyrie banned? Did he ban Roaring's Current?
Yes, he did. He banned Roaring Currents.
Yeah, I think without Roaring Currents in the pool, this is the next weirdest map.
Yeah.
Metropolis, Litmus, and Roaring Currents are kind of the three maps that are a little bit funky. So I really like this map choice. This game is a must-win for HBO to stay in the top bracket of the group. Okay, we're seeing this similar skill check of the 10 racks, rally the first Marine, start the bunker. The reason this is a skill check is if you don't respond to it, the bunker finishes, it gets loaded up, you take a ton of damage. You can also overreact to it, you can pull too many drones, you can misread this as an 8 racks, and get behind economically. I think 4 drones is perfect. He pulled 4, he drove the bunker back. There can be another pressure timing with 3 Marines. We'll see how HBO deals with that. We see a command center follow-up from Kyrie, and we'll probably be seeing another depot at the Terran Natural.
Yeah, we kind of see the same opener from Kyrie. Again, like we got the rallied forward Marines. Our SCV is a little bit low on HP, so... But if those Marines are just going to stay forward as long as he can get, as long as he's confident that he's getting information about the lanes. And like you said, it is scary. Like I'm never comfortable doing this because I just don't trust anybody. But yeah, they could easily pop like 6-8 lings or something, have speed coming, and then all of a sudden you just die, right? So
yes,
it's a little bit spooky for sure.
It's so spooky. And we see Kyrie just lost his scouting SCV, and I wonder if this causes him to retreat his Marines.
Yeah.
And we see him heading back to the natural. He wants to be cozy and safe behind his wall. He's going.
Oh, he's not showing the lings or the Marines coming back actually. So this is a total bait, by the way, and HBO's actually taking the bait. So he sees the Marines coming out, and this kind of baits him into making all these additional lings. Which is kind of what Kyrie is wanting to have happen. He wants HBO to make these lings. I'm a little bit nervous that we haven't closed the wall off yet because there are a lot of speed lings barreling down on us here.
And he's sending the magnet. This is called a magnet. If you go for this Overlord, You die to the lings. But Kyrie knows what's up. He knows that's a magnet. And the thing is, you put a magnet out there, Kyrie, he's calculating what's going on. Zerg has a bunch of lings. He blocked his ramp. High IQ play.
Yeah, very smart.
Yeah, very smart. Very safe. He's got a medic out also. Curious why he chose not to complete the ball at his natural. Maybe he just doesn't want two vulnerable depots down there. But, man, that's a lot of lings. When you make lings, you're not making drones. This is a little bit tough. Zerg's on low eco. Terran knows everything. We got Terran comsat stations.
Yeah. I mean, this is exactly what Kyrie is wanting. Like I was saying, when you're rallying those Marines forward, like, he knows that HBO sees these Marines constantly being rallied forward, and he wants you to make those lanes. And it basically ate into his eco a lot, and HBO has nothing to show for it, right? Because as a Zerg player, you want to make these lanes as late as possible. You're pretty much only going to be making them for the purpose of clearing the bio ball in the first place, and if you do that, you want to do it, as your mutas have been like chipping away at the bio. You definitely don't want to preemptively make all these lanes. So we do have our turrets coming up. We have the mutas on the way right now, and we'll see what kind of damage HBO can get done.
We
will. I think it's going to be hard.
Ozzy, he needs to do quite a bit of damage. Kyrie's SCV production has been really good, and because of all the lings, HBO is a bit behind on drones, so he needs to get a lot done with these mutas. So far, the early muta micro's been decent. He's taking his shots. He has taken some damage. Marine range is likely finished by now, since Kyrie opened with a pretty quick academy. So the muta are dancing around. HBO needs to be dropping his transition plan. It could be Third Hatch, could be Queen's Nest, Hydra Den, Evo. There's a lot of different ways Zerg can transition. Kind of curious what he chooses. I wonder if, he had a plan in place, but he impulsively decided to make lings because of how the game was going, and that plan is now thrown off. Wow, he's going for a huge surround. Ozzy, hold me. No.
We're adding more and more mutas right now, and I think, I think the plan is because he made all these lings, he wants to go for the clear here, and he's going to go for it. A couple mutas are getting targeted down, a bunch of the lings going to come in here with the mutas, and HBO is going to clear this pretty efficiently, and honestly, this takes so much pressure off of him. He can kind of do what he wants for the next couple minutes.
It does, and he can keep going. I mean, Kyrie pulling SCVs, he's just trying to do damage control. He's like, alright, I lost a bunch of units. He's probably feeling concerned. I mean, if we see enough links. Bunker's on the way. Terran is under a ton of pressure. He lost his turret at his barracks, so those muta can't really be driven away. Kyrie needs to use all his production facilities right now. He needs his factory making vultures. He needs his command centers making SCVs. He has to fight everything right now. The good news is HBO is super, super all in. So if Kyrie can stabilize, he should win this game.
We didn't finish the turret. We're going to desperately jump on top of this turret. We're taking a lot of damage in the meantime, though, when a big repair comes down, and I think this was a big mistake here from HBO. He got that turret down to like one tap away, but the mutas were not joining in with the lings. He really, really wanted to clear this turret, so his mutas would just have free reign over the main there. And I actually think if he had cleared it, it was a potential like GG moment for Kyrie. But yeah, a little bit of a fumble there from HBO, maybe kind of panicking a little bit when he, kind of saw the win potential. But Kyrie again showing us like really strong crisis management.
Extremely good crisis management, good use of repair, which is it's harder than it looks to get the angle so your SCVs can repair. I like the killer instinct from HBO, a little window of opportunity opened up and he went for it. He found a good amount of value in those early Zerglings by killing that main bio ball, and he went for the kill. We do see him transitioning now, like he's putting the third hatch down at the bottom left natural. He just canceled a building.
One of
might have
those
been a second,
hybrid then.
or it could have been a second Queen's Nest, and he realized he needed one.
Could have been, yeah. I heard the scans go down, so I thought maybe he was like trying to dodge the tech. But yeah, I mean, it was a weird place for a building. It was like snug up against the hatchery either way, so I'm not entirely sure what it was.
I'm just speculating, but maybe he saw the scan, then he dropped a Hydroden, and then when the scan dissipated, he canceled it, and he's just trying to throw some misinformation.
Yeah.
Kyrie scouting for the third base, and teching to Valkyrie.
Love the Valkyrie here because he's identified that there was no Hydrodome, even though it's this late in the game, so I think Valkyrie here is super smart.
And just sneaking around the map with that Marine. He would like to know, where is HBO's third? Where is it? Kyrie, now that he has the Valkyrie, I wonder if he's going to feel more confident to get active on the map.
Mm-hmm.
Valkyrie really changes the dynamic of map control pretty quickly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Splash damage kind of nullifies the meta-stacking mechanic.
Yeah, we do have a couple of Scourge out at least to try to snipe the Valkyrie. But even if he does kill it, and he gets even just like one additional volley off on those mutas, it makes the fight way, way easier for the Marines. It's gonna play just to deny this third. I really like that play. You're so far ahead at this point. Yeah, we see the Scourge chasing. Actually, good target there. Does kill this one of the Scourges, so he doesn't get the kill immediately. And yeah, all the meta's gonna go down. HBO gonna call it GG. I think that's a reasonable GG timing. And Kyrie gonna win 2-0.
All right, well, GG is called. Kyrie won very convincingly, but honestly, HBO showed some good stuff. Obviously, he's got some good chops. I mean, he made it into Pro League. He prepared some really crafty strategies, and he gave himself chances.
He absolutely did. Yeah,
and tell me, Ozzy, is he out of the tournament, or does he have more chances from
There's another chance. Yeah, so he's going to go into a lower bracket here. He's going to pull it up here. So HBO going to go down to the losers bracket here. It's a full group stage, double elimination, all best of 3, right? So Kyrie going to move on to the winners match. He will play the winner of TerrOr and Aeternum. And a winner of that goes on to the round of 16. And then the other players will battle it out for that second slot.
Damn, I'm excited. I'm excited to watch some TVP. I know TerrOr a little bit. I don't know him super well. Aeternum, I don't know at all. I had never heard him before today, so I don't know what to expect. I don't know if do you know him? What's his background?
I know a little bit about him, not a whole lot. He is like high A, low S Protoss player. He was the, I believe, runner-up for gosuvigi. I think he lost a semi in the finals. Not 100% on that, but I believe that's correct. So he's pretty decent in his own right. Of course, we know TerrOr. He's extremely aggressive, pretty much in every matchup. But Aeternum, he's... Go ahead.
Thank you, Zero. He put up the infographic, so I can read along and get to know Aeternum a little bit. Do you mind, Ozzy, if I just go down and read some of these?
Have at it, yeah.
Okay. Aeternum, born in 1993, so he's in his 30s, like all of us are. Best and favorite matchup, PVZ and PVZ. So he likes playing against Zerg. Favorite unit is the Reaver, respectable, skill ceiling unit. Message to your fans. I'm not exactly sure what that says. That might be something in... I
think it says Rev fighting, so he's just supporting his clan Rev.
Gotcha. Yeah, I do know how to read. Just want to clarify that. I often take cold showers. Joining communities helps a ton. Yes. And clan, participate in CPL. Who showed you StarCraft? My father. Single player. Periods where he's played only Zerg. Okay. Was there a specific mindset, routine, or moment that pushed you from being good to being truly competitive? Aeternum says, no, I'm still just good, but sometimes I just try things. I appreciate that. I'm also a just try things type of fella, so I appreciate
you absolutely
that.
Are.
What race would you pick if you could go back in time? Protoss. Wouldn't we all? Yeah, that's it. Yep. Good race. Pretty good race he picked.
All right, so what do you think now that you got to know Aeternum a little bit? What do you think about him?
I like him. I like that he chose Reaver as his favorite unit,
Yeah.
and he chose PVZ as his favorite matchups. And we all know Protoss is the little complainers about PVZ. So yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, it's a good look that he's point out that PVZ is his favorite. All right, looks like our players are ready. So first map here going to be Litmus again. So definitely another chance for shenanigans. But we're going to hop into the game as they've already started. So we got TerrOr versus Aeternum on Litmus. Spawning here in the top right corner, we have our blue Protoss player Aeternum, repping Rev, and his opponent repping 4NAS. We have our Terran player TerrOr.
Let's go, baby.
I believe that TerrOr has actually, so he's kind of been doing his like gambling ring thing on his stream for a while, with the pro matches and stuff that he's been watching. But I think after, I don't know if this is exactly true, but after he lost to New Ocean, he was like actually streaming himself playing for the first time in a little bit here. So maybe losing to New Ocean kind of lit a fire on him a little bit, and he decided he should maybe practice for BSL some.
Dude, I love it. I love it. I'm excited to see what he brings. Man, Litmus is kind of a weird map. It's like feels like a map that is favorable for Terran as the game goes longer, but there's also some really annoying things Protoss can do with those side bases and gateways and High Templar and all sorts of annoying things. Protoss carriers, you know, just all the things.
Yeah.
Forward gateway from Protoss with no probe scout. I guess there's a little bit less incentive to send the early probe when there's double gas in the main.
Yeah, there's still a couple reasons you would want to, though, right? A would be making sure that they're not full walling, because this is obviously going to be forward zealot pressure, and it may even be 2 zealots. I wish I knew the build a little bit better, but it's at least going to be 1 zealot. We'll see if that's core before zealot. Looks like it is going to be core, so it's going to be a single zealot. So at least there is that. But yeah, the 2 reasons I feel like you would still want to scout is A, you want to know if they're walling, so you can cancel the zealot if they are, and also B, just that probe harass is actually kind of just good in general for delaying that factory. I actually recently saw someone when they were dealing with probe harass. Standard factory timing is around 130, but
yeah,
I've actually seen as late as 246 when dealing with it.
Oh wow, that is a late. And it just goes to show how important boosting is and mining the proper patches. And
absolutely,
some people do it, some people don't. It's just part of different strategies for different people.
Absolutely.
TerrOr, I imagine, is pretty good at mining the right patches and boosting the SCVs.
Yeah, he dropped that 230 factory, so pretty much your standard factory timing is what you're looking for. And do we have the zealot going across the map?
So we see, okay, TerrOr is getting a pretty good scout, and I don't know if he blocked his ramp or not with SCVs. It looks like he did, which is pretty expensive to do this. You've got 2 SCVs off the line. He's taken the zealot very seriously.
Well, something interesting actually. Aeternum, he kind of faked the zealot. He didn't make a zealot. You see this as Terran, you assume there's a zealot coming, but there actually is no zealot that was even made. So Terran, he's blocking the ramp and made the extra marines and the extra depot and everything, but there is no zealot.
Dang. So he's defending something that's not even coming.
Yeah.
Puts him behind. It's 2 wasted SCVs. Oh, this is interesting. He's pulling. He's trying to go after that low ground gateway.
Yeah, it's very interesting. And this is actually Robo before Nexus as well. Yeah, it's interesting because TerrOr doesn't exactly have the information. He probably assumes this is going to be like a Nexus since the Zealot was never made and he wants to punish it. But there is no Zealot. It's actually going to be that Robo instead. But it is only 2 goons. And we're going to start that that bunker here on top of the gateway and Robo, and Aeternum absolutely has to clear this. That bunker can't go up and clear these buildings because he's just kind of screwed if so. He absolutely has to save all this.
He has to take this very, very seriously. He is. We see the probes coming down. The goon pops out and does escape. Takes a bunch of damage.
Oh man.
And he goes down, so Aeternum is going to be on 2 goons for the rest of this attack. He is going to finish goon range. The core is on the high ground, so the goons will be able to shell at the bunker. But that bunker is going to hit the Robo too.
Yeah, that's exactly the problem, right? Like, the gateway is going to go down. We're going to have only 2 goons out. Okay, a third one does actually pop out in time. I was starting to wonder if it would actually get out. So yeah, third goon does get out at least, so that will help keep Aeternum safe. But yeah, the Robo going down is going to be a bit of a pain. He is rushing for that Observer, and I think the DPS, because it's being split between that pylon, might actually be low enough that the Observer at least gets out in time.
I hope so. He's going to need that Observer. Like, there aren't a lot of win conditions left here for Protoss, but if he can get an Observer out and Mind Sweep...
2 SCVs.
Yeah, it is only 2 SCVs. He gets the obs out, so Mines won't be a huge threat. There is a tank. That
Oh my god, we're taking so much damage from this bunker.
Oh, the goons! No! No, the goons are dying. It's not good for Terror.
Yeah, I liked stepping forward to clear the SCVs so we could pressure the bunker, but TerrOr understood how important it was to keep this bunker alive with the tank coming across, so that was super smart that he just went and sacked the Vulture to buy time. And then the amount of damage that Aeternum took trying to reposition his goons made it where this really couldn't have gone much worse for him. So this front's going to get cleared. He's going to get supply blocked. TerrOr might just try to push up forward. He does actually have a fair amount of Marines here, and you know, those goons are pretty soft. Extra goons coming out now, but this is a lot of Marines with this tank and Vulture. Yeah, with 3 goons coming out, I think he's got the potential to hold. TerrOr does realize the danger here, goes back down. And I think that's
right back down. Head right back down. I'm getting a little bit worried for Protoss here. He lost the gateway, lost the Robo. TerrOr is taking a base behind this, and Aeternum is just going to be on 1 Observer because that Robo went down. So, you know, after he moves out, we can see Vultures swoop behind the army and plant mines behind it, and then he won't be able to reinforce. Looks like that's what we're seeing. There's a couple units on the left. So TerrOr is realizing the vulnerability. Well, those may not have mines, so he's just backstabbing. Bunker is finished at the Nat. Siege is finished. Aeternum is going for it. You got to get something done here as Protoss, so I like diving in. Just give it a try.
Oh, we shot the Marine. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, a little bit of a disaster there for Aeternum. A couple misclicks. We missed 1 volley, then we shot the Marine after, so the repair keeps the tank alive. And I didn't hate it, honestly. If he clears that tank, walks up the ramp with 3 guns, clears the next tank, then he can actually create a lot of that chaos that he needed to create. But unfortunately, a little bit of a misstep and gets his guns cleared. And definitely going to be in a pretty tough position. Supply might not look that bad, but this expansion is so much faster for TerrOr, and you just cleared a bunch of guns, so you are super comfortable here this turn.
You are, and you know you're completely safe. You have, like, really good info on what's going on in the game. There aren't a lot of immediate threats. If you get in a position like this as Terran, how do you want to play the game out? Like, I feel like the longer the game goes, the more chances Protoss has to climb back in the game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not the best source of what the correct answer would be, but I just know what suits my style more nowadays, and this to me is a 6-fact angle push. 6-fact push angle, rather. Because I agree, it's like we have this super good opener. We know that our expansion is way, way faster. We just cleared a bunch of goons, so he's going to be trying to remake a bunch of goons and catching up on Eco at the same time. And it's like, I feel like we have a pretty good timing potential here as TerrOr. but he drops that starport, so might not be thinking the same thing.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I feel like this is a game where neither player's really planned to be in this position, but for Aeternum, he's like, okay, I'm way behind, but I'm in BSL. I mean, I could GG or keep playing and give myself a chance to come back. Mm-hmm. So it looks like his choice is going to be 2-base Arbiter tech, and he's going to try to get an Arbiter out and defend a push.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's exactly it. And I think that's pretty smart from Aeternum, because that is probably, you know, that is where my brain went, that we want to push against this, and Aeternum's basically going for an anti-push build, right, where we're going to drop a ton of gateways, we're going to make a lot of units, we're going to stay on 2-base for a while, get our Arbiters out, so this is kind of specifically designed to stop a timing push when he's behind.
Yeah, he's given himself a chance. I'm going to go make some espresso. Take a solo, I'll be right back.
I got it.
Enjoy.
Alright, we are only on that one gas right now for Aeternum, so he's actually cutting a little bit of units to try and get this Arbiter started. Would love to see him drop a second gas relatively soon, though. He's dropping the Forge as well. Yeah, staying on one gas at the moment could hurt him a little bit here in the long run. A little bit of supply block as well, working towards that 3rd base. And TerrOr on the other side, you know, just getting his turrets up and everything, is being surprisingly safe. We do have a dropship coming across the map, so it's like he was playing defensively while also getting set up to do some sort of damage in the meantime and, you know, kind of get that additional scouting information. But our Aeternum is in position for this, is actually going to be able to intercept the drop relatively well. And pretty nice SimCity to block the initial 2 vultures. Oh, it's a tank as well on the other side. We're going to target some probes here, and wow, luckily only 1 probe goes down there. That is quite lucky. Only
oh my god,
probe.
Those goons are getting so tripped up in the mineral line. Jeez, he took care of it. But
oh no!
I thought, that's so. It must be so frustrating for Aeternum because he was in position. He had the goons ready to defend, and you know he knows he could have cleaned that up a little bit better. But StarCraft is a messy game, especially when you're playing under pressure. And both these players are playing under pressure right now. This is BSL, Pro League, game 1 of a best of 3.
Yeah. Yeah, that is definitely a very frustrating feeling. You got 4 goons in position for a drop, and you still lose 2 goons and, you know, take, I think it was 5 probes total that went down. So, yeah, definitely a little bit frustrating. And TerrOr also just gets full information. You know, I don't know if he had scouted it earlier or not with scans or something, but he at least, you know, for sure now knows what he's playing against. He's already got a sci-fi on the way. He's got his 3rd command center building, and he's just going to go to 3-base and kind of play it out from there. I think that's completely fine, especially when you see that your opponent doesn't even have his 3rd base started yet. So TerrOr is just unbelievably far ahead going into this mid-game.
I think so too. I mean, he is far ahead, but as momentum-wise, I feel like Aeternum is clawing back a little bit. He took crippling damage, but that was like 7 minutes ago in game time. And Protoss is building up. He's still alive. Like, the longer the game goes on, the more distance we get from that gateway and Robo
we're going for it.
We're going, man. We're going. Protoss is coming. There's so many sellouts. Do we have stasis or just
not quite yet? It's like 10 energy off. Yeah, so yeah, we're just slamming in here with a ton of zealots, and this is completely catching TerrOr off guard. He just went out on the map with a bunch of vultures. This is such an awkward push kind of timing from Aeternum that you really never would expect.
Oh my god, there's so much Protoss. Ozzy, there's so much Protoss. Look at all those zealots and dragoons.
Yeah, we do have the reinforcing. Tanks come out, the vultures do come back home, some mines go off and clear up a bunch of this, and, you know, TerrOr's going to handle this pretty well. Aeternum going to go ahead and GG out, but man, that was kind of scary, to be honest with you.
Bro, that was so scary. You know that TerrOr's, like, heart started to pound. Like, that was so many zealots. And here's the thing, man. If TerrOr loses that game, he's just like, that's so embarrassing, man. If you lose that game, he's just like so sad. It's very scary. It's nerve-wracking, man.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely one of those games where if you lose it, you're not okay for the rest of the day. Like, I'm the kind of guy that loses sleep over a game like that if I lost, because he knows how far ahead he was. He's seeing no third, but man, that attack timing was so unexpected. I can't imagine I would ever expect that to come in at that moment.
Creative solution from Aeternum, and he said in his bio, he just tries things sometimes.
We just figured, yeah, we wing it.
You know, that can be really good, especially if you're playing from way behind. Like sometimes just picking a timing and optimizing to make, one direct conflict as strong as you can make it. That's a good way to create something out of nothing. So yeah. He gave himself some chances in a game where he was totally busted.
Yeah. All right. So it looks like our map next is going to be Polestar, which is kind of interesting. I mean, I guess this is a relatively balanced map. Actually, I guess it's Protoss favored. Looking at this, but or no, sorry, it was definitely Terran favored. Sorry, I got that backwards. Yeah, I was gonna say I was kind of surprised when I thought I was saying it was Protoss favored, because I really like this map as Terran TVP.
It's an interesting one. It feels like a map where there are some wrinkles that can be really annoying. Like the SimCity at the third base can get really clunky, and recalls and stasis can be really annoying. And then moving up and down the ridges can be really annoying. But if you take care of those things, the map feels really, really comfortable.
Yeah. Now we can discuss that more here in just a minute. We're going to hop into the game here. The players have already started. So we got TerrOr versus Aeternum, game 2 on Polestar. Spawning here in the top right corner, we have our Terran player, TerrOr, currently up 1-0. And our blue Protoss player spawning here in the bottom right, we have Aeternum, making TerrOr sweat just the tiniest bit, I feel, last game.
Ozzy, there's a probe.
There is a probe, so we're going to get that center gate. Do you think it's going to be a 9-9 or just single gate?
Dude, I don't know. I think a single gate. I think 9-9 is not really a build that works very well.
I think it's pretty bad.
But a center gate, on the other hand, can be devastating. And there's a couple different ways you can do it. You can build just a gate in the center and flood zealots, or you can build a gate and another gate. And
we're not making another probe.
Oh my god, we're stuck on 9-9.
We're actually going 9-9.
Are these called horror gates? Is that what these are called? Or is that something else?
I want to say it's something else, but I actually don't know what horror gates are, to be honest with you, so... Oh my, wait, we're going 13 CC against 9-9. This game's over. The game's over.
This is not good for TerrOr.
Well,
Aeternum got directly inside of his mind. He took a look around. He figured out what he was going to do. And he's countering him head on.
Yeah. You know, it's actually... Wait, we're trying to juke Aeternum out by not building the CC. Yeah, TerrOr's dead. There's no way around it, guys. I can't stress it enough that this game is completely over.
This is going to be a tough one for Terran. Because he's not going to have any units. Here's the problem. The Zealots are going to come in. He's not going to have any units. He's only going to have SCVs. That's not good.
It's not ideal. It's less than ideal. And TerrOr does play a lot of 13 CC. Like, this isn't like some build that he's like coming up with just for Aeternum specifically. We actually see TerrOr do this quite often. And I wouldn't be surprised if he just instant GG'd. He's going to try and fight it out some. You know, we're going to pull a bunch of SCVs. He might think it's only one center gate right now. He doesn't know that it's 2 gates. But we'll see, like, how much time he can buy. Like, in theory, maybe you can buy enough time. You know, you get a good surround on the Zealot. We are getting a good bit of damage on it. Maybe we get a bunker up. But, I mean, this barracks is going to get delayed. Second Zealot shows up. Third Zealot shows up. Surely we GG here, right?
Oof, that's a lot of semis. Well, Aeternum clearly did his homework, and
Yeah.
I mean, a 9-9 is really a build that is kind of designed to kill a CC first or Rax CC. Like,
Yeah.
so he's been in the lab. I mean, he cooked up something very aggro, and I'm kind of glad to see it because now we're going to game 3.
Yeah, game 3. Interesting. We picked Polestar. We went straight for the 9-9. We got the good old center of the 13cc against 9-9. So, you know, it is what it is. That feels pretty good as a Aeternum. You know, you had the first game, which really went, you know, it was a bit tough for you. This is good for like a mental reset for Aeternum as well. It's like, okay, we're back to 1-1, right? It's a best of 1 now. I just gotta kind of get myself back together, and we can, you know, not screw up the early game and kind of deal with some of the early pressure and maybe get into a more normal game. Because, you know, Aeternum, despite that kind of disaster opener, he made some moves that I really liked, like being in position for the dropship and everything. So if he just cleans things up and gets a better early game, I think he could absolutely make TerrOr work for this.
Yeah, man. Curious how he approaches game 3. I wonder if TerrOr's mental is shaken a little bit. I mean, losing to 9-9 is pretty devastating. I mean, listen, he lost that last game. He did not even have a chance. Okay.
That might be the most one-sided game we've had in BSL so far.
He didn't make a unit.
He didn't even finish. Did he finish the building to make the unit? I guess he did at the very end.
Gosh, it's a pretty rough way to go, man.
It's a bit brutal.
What map do you think TerrOr's going to pick?
It's going to be Radion. So we got the Metropolis ban from Aeternum, and TerrOr picked Radion here. Probably one of the most even matches, but still a little bit Terran favored, as we see here in the statistics. And it looks like we are ready, so we're going to hop into this game here. Game 3 between TerrOr and Aeternum.
Okay, we're popping into game 3. Here in the bottom right, we have our Protoss Aeternum.
And spawning here. I got it. We can alternate. I get it. Yeah, we can alternate. It's all right. So spawning here in the top left, we have crawl spawn. We have our Terran player, TerrOr.
I just think, like, there's 2 players, right? And there's 2 casters.
It makes sense.
So there could be one player, one caster does one player, other caster, other player. That way it's sharing. Fair.
Yeah, I think it's very fair. You know, sometimes, you know, I don't know how much you want to talk, so I just...
Well, of course I want to talk. I mean, I had pizza like an hour ago, but I'm kind of getting out of my food coma, and now I'm drinking some coffee, so I can talk too.
All right, we'll co-cast. It's official. We're officially co-casting. What are the odds that TerrOr goes 13cc now? Do you think he has the balls to do something like that?
I think he does. I think he does have the stones. Realistically, I don't predict that we see it, just because it is game 3, and like I don't think he'll choose to risk the entire series on a CC first. Just don't think it's worth the risk.
Yeah, I would do it just to prove a point after what happened.
There's a couple ways you can prove a point. I mean, you can BBS just to get direct revenge. This is a Nexus first map, and that is what we're gonna see.
Yeah, we're gonna get the Nexus first. And it's gonna be crawl spawn on like the longest rush distance map outside of Screaming Sea, so great for Aeternum.
Yeah,
let me ask you, how do you feel if you win 13cc against 12 next? Do you feel advantaged?
Yes.
Yeah,
I feel advantaged as a Terran. I feel like the CC first matches up pretty well against Nexus first.
It's just that it's such a classic in a series to go 9-9 into 12 Nexus. You go 9-9, you kill a guy, right? You know that you scared him now, and then you go like maximum greed. This is why we either we BBS, either we get even, like some people that we know would do, or we 13cc 100% of the time.
Yeah. Just to shed some light on that for everybody else. We're talking about Moonrai the famous Protoss player and legend of the foreign StarCraft scene. So we're seeing, is this a bit of a later gas? Timing, was this like a 15 gas?
I wasn't paying attention, but yeah, it's definitely a later gas because your factory timing normally is 2:30. So we're going for kind of a early CC into factory build. I almost never see someone do this. It is going to be 12 Nexus with the Forge. But I kind of like this actually for Terror. Like, this is kind of maximum mitigation for what he's playing against, considering the opening.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to threaten any pressure or vulture damage, but Aeternum is playing a 1-gate variant already, so Aeternum was going to be super safe. Like, the Forge Cannon version of Nexus First is very, very safe. And I think when you do this as Protoss, you're kind of hoping to be attacked, because the cannon is so strong.
Yeah, it's good at shutting down a lot of aggressions, and one of the advantages you get from the Forge version instead of the 2-gate version is that you don't have to cut probes really to do this. So it's much better economically, but your tech is way, way later.
Yeah.
So this is one of those situations where I think Mind Triple is actually very, very strong.
Absolutely. Absolutely viable. And that build is really in meta right now in the Korean scene, is one factory double expand, especially on larger maps, cross map. Yeah, just really interesting position. I'm reading the chat off to the side, and there is a delay on the stream, but Tarson predicted the 12 Nex. So good prediction there, Tarson. We got a Protoss 12 Nexus. So for follow-ups, there's a bunch of different branches that both players can do. For the Protoss side of things, I think DT is a very popular follow-up to 12 Nexus with Cannon.
Yeah.
You can go 3-gate with a bunch of goons. You can go into like a 2-gate robo type thing. You can drop a fast Stargate and go carriers. You basically have like the whole tech tree available. Fairly similar for Terran, except I wouldn't expect to see Starport play, since a lot of Protosses will just throw a cannon into their main mineral line.
Yeah, exactly.
Now TerrOr is going for a Starport, which probably is for a fast dropship.
Yeah, big raid from Aaron, by the way. Really appreciate. So 103 viewers. So really appreciate that, Aaron. Hope you had a good stream with your IPSL. And yeah, to your point, I agree. I think that going Starport against Forge Expand, to me, it feels counterintuitive because they almost always have those defensive cannons for drop specifically, especially because it used to be such a common response to this build. So yeah, it's a little bit of a gamble, I feel like, when you're going for a dropship play in response.
Aeternum going for 3-gate obs, and he's got his goons in position. And I think they will still be in position when the drop arrives.
Yeah, it's just 12 Nexus Forge is such a defensive build, right? Like, because your tech is so late, like, your observers don't even hardly get out in time to start clearing. Like, you're not gonna have the unit count of observers that you want to be out on the map clearing yet anyway. So you're just naturally posturing very defensively when you do this opener. You're just very strong eco early into a defensive position into a later expansion. So this is part of why I think dropship just typically not a big fan of it against this opener.
Yeah.
And it's gonna get scouted. Nice.
Oof, that observer pathing is incredibly sharp.
Yeah, we see him he pulls the goons back because he wants to catch the dropship coming in. And here we go, immediately pounces on top of it, targets down the dropship, so nice there from Aeternum, decent SimCity as well. But the Vultures are going to get all the way around, so we're going to take a little bit of damage, but, I mean, you need a fair amount of probe kills, like 8, 9, 10.
You really do. And, yeah, Aeternum defended this incredibly well. I remember from his bio, he said he thought the strongest unit was the Vulture. I agree with that. But hey, he clearly knows how to handle some Vultures. That was a very nice defense. Good SimCity, good good Goon Micro. I mean, killing the dropship is pretty significant. A lot of the value of the dropship is that you can use it time and time again. And if Protoss knows you have a dropship alive, they kind of need to keep their units back defensive. But once you kill the dropship, you lose that feeling until you see they committed to building another dropship. So Protoss is in the driver's seat now. I mean, he can go clear mines. He doesn't have to worry about keeping units back at his mineral lines. He can, take his third, pressure. What do you think's in the shuttle? Just goons? Reaver?
I believe he had a Reaver. Yeah, he has one Reaver. Terror is set up very, very defensively for this Reaver, so I can't imagine it getting much damage, but the Reaver doesn't have to get damage in this situation anyway. The game flow has been going really well for Aeternum so far. Just using these Reavers to stunt push-outs and kind of give value as he's coming out is already good enough.
Yep. Seems like the defender's advantage has been pretty strong this game.
Oh, are we committing to this? This is an overextension, I feel like, from Aeternum. We'll see if I'm wrong about that. Gonna jump on top of this and get one of the tanks initially. I mean, second tank goes down. Maybe I am wrong. And he's actually gonna clean all these tanks up. Did Aeternum just... He just broke the front. Oh my gosh.
He broke the front. I do think TerrOr is gonna be able to hold this, but that went so much better than I thought.
That was almost like a... kind of a mini best moment where I saw him flying into that. I see 3 tanks Goliath and turret there, and I'm like, brother, there's no way this is a good idea, but he got really good value, killed a lot of tanks. He did lose the Reaver and Shuttle, which is also pretty, expensive on his end. We are teching towards that Arbiter tech on the other side of the map. I don't know if I like it overall for Aeternum. I want to say that I don't, but I really like the confidence, regardless, that he went in with.
Me too. He's got killer instinct, man. He can go 9-9 gate, or he can just say, hey, I'm bulldogging. Hope you can stop a Reaver. So he's teching. He's got a Templar Archives, and he's taking his third. TerrOr was sneaky with these vultures. He sent them around to the left. He gets 1 probe. Very good. We are happy with that. I think both players would be happy with that. And pretty soon we should see a Stargate and an Arbiter Tribunal, and then some number of gateways.
Yeah. So I got distracted for just a second there. I had a bot spamming my Discord. But yeah, so I mean, game state, trying to look at it here. I mean, we do have that tech on the way, like you said. We got the Arbiters coming out relatively soon. I mean, Eco looking pretty strong for Aeternum. Sorry, go ahead.
Zero, could you show us the factory count in the Terran main? Just curious if we're on 6. Okay, we are on 6 factories. With a science facility. How many armories do we have? Is it 1 or 2?
It is 2.
Oh, this is a fun build. Okay.
My god.
Goon clearing here with the mines.
we have an observer. It's okay, Aeternum. We're not, you don't have to rush it. Maybe a little bit nervous because he does know he's in a really good position right now. I mean, maybe not a really good position, but he knows that the flow of the game has been going pretty well for him overall. And is that an additional factory? It looks like we're going to 7 factory. And okay, I didn't even see the CC. Okay.
Yeah, so TerrOr has a high factory count and good upgrades. I'm going to call this position pretty even. Maybe slightly Terran favored, 5.5 to 4.5. But I think both players have good chances. I mean, we're heading into your standard Radeon cross-map macro game. All openings in TVP converge to this position, it feels like. Protoss got 4 base, Terran's got 3, double armory, 7 factory against Arbiter, Shuttle, bunch of gateways.
I mean, I will say, as the Terran here, I actually feel like this is looking really good for Terra right now. You know, you got your 2-1 coming at a pretty good timing. You got your third base up and running here now. And Protoss only just started their fourth. The only thing I'm scared about at this stage of the game is, like, if Protoss is already taking corner bases, but that's not even happening. So I really feel like this is pretty good for Terran, just because of the, you know, kind of the rate of growth between both players. Terra's not really going to be in any danger of taking damage or getting busted for the next couple minutes here, and he's scaling into the late game, like, very, very quickly.
Yeah, it can be a little concerning when you see a Protoss maxing out before they have a bunch of gateways in another main.
Yeah.
It's a little counterintuitive, but maxing out too quickly as Protoss is an issue because you can't fill out the top of your supply with high-tech units. So if you build too many goons and zealots, like, you get committed to just busting.
Yeah,
since you can't make like that strong army.
I think that's what he's going to be going for here, and he kind of showed us that this last game, and yeah, he's just going straight across the map. We're not even, like, getting our army together. We're just going, man. This seems to be the Aeternum way. And Terra has a decent tank spread, but it's kind of all to the left here. There's not a whole lot here going into his natural, so this might actually trade pretty well for Aeternum. This is a really big commitment for Aeternum, because like you said, you know, he doesn't have that corner base. He's actually losing, or at least that fourth base is not going to be mining in the meantime. So he's going to try and slam a bunch of units here into the natural. Big stasis and a bunch of vultures of all things. As he just kind of goes into the natural. We'll see what kind of damage he can get done here.
Yeah, pretty good bust. Man, his style is really reminding me of Best, like you mentioned earlier. Like, this is a very Best type of attack. Just barreling down the front like a bulldozer. He is losing a lot of goons, and he didn't get all the way up the ramp. We have a metric ton of zealots coming from behind, and those zealots, they're not heading for the third. They are heading to try to get right up the ramp. They want to get on top of the factories. He's heading, trying to clean up the vulture at the fourth, because Protoss does need to get a fourth and a fifth mining. Like, this game is gonna prolong.
Yeah, it's gonna prolong, but it looks really good for Terran now. He's got his 2-2 upgrades. He's going to be working on that 3-3. We didn't really get a lot of damage done. We did bring a probe here to maybe build some cannons in the middle line, but didn't quite have time to get that done, so... Don't jest about a probe. Don't ever underestimate a Protoss probe. That can do a lot of stuff, okay? Aeternum did get a fourth base built in the meantime. He's kind of given up on this right side base. He did, like, kind of defend it, but it's not really easy for him to go mine it at this point. Vulture's now going to get on the map and find some additional value, killing some zealots. And I'm very worried for Aeternum long term in this game now.
Yeah, it's worrying. Like, that trade overall is pretty good for Terran. That being said, if Protoss is in a position where he maxes out too quickly, they've got to get something done. They've got to trade those units out, and an attack like that is the best way to do it. He didn't get totally crushed. He did trade decently well because Terra's army was spread pretty thin and covering his third. Big probe transfer here. It's going to lose some probes, but fortunately has some goons, has some ARPs. And now the game can continue.
It's going to continue. We do have that 3-3 on the way for Terra. I mean, Terra doesn't have a fourth base running yet, at least, and it tosses up to that 5 base, which is typically what you want. Usually, though, you're looking for a corner base because you really want gateways in a different spawn at this point. Part of the issue becomes that once Terra's getting to that 3-3 and max out, he just wants to fight your army, and if he beats your army once, he shoves it all into your main base, and you have no other way of getting out and doing anything. So this becomes a very easy win condition for Terra if that happens. And we're actually going to focus down this Nexus, and it's going to barely live.
10 HP Ozzy. Do you think he sends some vulture?
Oh my god. Surely he does, right? Okay, we did finish the 4CC. Did get that EMP onto that Arbiter that was looking for that recall there at the north and there, so that's good for Terra. Another EMP shuts down another Arbiter, and now there is no threat of recall or even stasis for this move out that could be coming pretty soon. Although we're only at 157 supplies, so he doesn't actually want to push out yet.
I'm pretty impressed with TerrOr's play this game. Like, he's doing the hard things in the matchup really well. Like, his Vulture play and his Mines have been really, really good, and then EMPs are really, really good. So the high-skill things he's doing very, very well. And obviously, the macro's been good, the micro's been good. Going for a push here. I think this push is being triggered by those EMPs. Like, EMP gives you a dynamic advantage that does go away with time when Arbiters regenerate their energy. So he wants to take advantage. Huge fight going down mid. There's one High Templar in the mix. Doesn't get targeted, but it doesn't get Storm off. It had 74 energy. No.
Yeah. And TerrOr's
Really
also not 3, I think 3-2 currently. What are Aeternum's upgrades? He has 0 armor, I know that. Yeah, so 3-2 versus just 2-0-0. So this mech army from TerrOr is just so much more powerful than what Aeternum has.
Yeah, TerrOr right now has a way stronger army, but he doesn't have a ton behind this. Like, he doesn't have a 4th base mining yet. His main is mined out. His natural is getting close to being mined out. So if Protoss can find a way to deal with the army, he'll have a fighting chance. The issue is the army is really, really strong, really well upgraded.
I like this play from Aeternum. I think it's like absolutely correct in this situation. He can't fight the army right now, so we just played to deny the eco while we still have our additional eco going. He's going to sack one base and try to kill the 12 o'clock. And if you're ever trading one base for one base, it's almost always Protoss favored because you're just going to have more mining bases in general. Nice Storm here on top of the army as well. And yeah, I mean, TerrOr, to your point, like he's got those extra command centers, he's got the scary army, but he is not going to be mining much longer at this rate. But I mean, Aeternum still has a lot of work to do though to get through all these units.
He does, and that's a lot of rally. TerrOr's got macro coming up behind this, so he is going to be able to secure the 12 o'clock expo. And once that gets going, like, 2-base Terran can pump out units pretty well, and TerrOr is not under much threat because neither corner base has been taken.
Yep.
So uphill battle here for Protoss.
Yeah, and we're on one base mining each for both players right now with TerrOr securing that 12 o'clock, so Aeternum just about to run out of steam here, whereas TerrOr is actually about to get, more steam going. Oh, I guess we have this top right base. I kind of forgot about that one, but it's not a lot for Aeternum.
God, isn't this beautiful, Ozzy? Just to watch a Terran player just have everything and just crush Protoss down to a little nothing, down to a little nubbins.
Yeah, it depends who you're rooting for. I'm not biased. I don't have that racist bias towards my own race.
I'm a little bit biased. I'm a big Terran fan. So where does TerrOr go next? Does he push 6? Does he push 1 o'clock?
I mean, if he knew about 1, then you always go and push that, right? But I don't think he knows that it's there. We do have this recall going to go off, which will be an annoyance. But I mean, even just, it's not like a big recall because Aeternum just doesn't have a whole lot in the tank. Decent Mind Drag at least gets on top of that tank, but this is not a very scary army to clear. Especially with all these vessels coming back, we've got the D-Matrix to keep that tank alive. And I do think maybe you don't need to bring every single unit that you have here to defend, but it's okay, we've all done it.
Just cleaning things up. Doesn't want the game to get funky or weird. He's like, listen, this is BSL. I'm not in a rush to win this game. I just want to make sure not to lose it. So he cleans that up, checking off the boxes, and now he's going to get that army back on the map. And maybe even mobilize to push for the kill.
Yeah. I mean, you see there's no bases bottom left. I'm surprised. Does he still not know about this 1 o'clock base? I mean, he knows that there's no expansion here at the normal third. I don't know.
He doesn't.
I think he just doesn't know. Yeah.
It's pretty common for Terran to just scan other mains, because that's the thing that they're worried about. They're worried about, are you taking a main and putting gateways. But if they, yeah, so they might not scan the naturals. TerrOr, he's just going straight down.
Big MP. Oh my god. That was probably like 1500 damage worth. Gonna get a recall, but the recall doesn't even finish in time, and GG gonna be called. Actually, I think we recalled over the ledge. I think I think we panicked, recalled a little bit, but it didn't matter. GG gonna be called. TerrOr gonna win this series 2-1. Gonna move on to that winners match. Gonna be against Kyrie, and Aeternum gonna go down and play against HBO in the losers bracket.
GG, good series, man. You know, playing Kyrie in the winners match is not much of a reward. I'll be honest.
It's not.
That's a tough opponent to go up against. TVT.
Yeah, and we do get a TVT. Luckily, Sterling is one of the few co-casters I have that enjoys TVT as much as I do, so gonna be excited to watch that one, especially because, you know, like we mentioned earlier, Kyrie definitely very practiced right now, so I'd like to see how he matches up against TerrOr nowadays.
Yep. Absolutely love TVT. Just enjoy the sort of slow, methodical nature of TVT. I like how many unit comps you can go for.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen either of these guys play recently, but TerrOr I think of as somebody who likes like Vulture into Goliath, and Kyrie is jack of all trades. Like he has starport openings, he has Vulture openings, Vulture tank, Goliath openings. Like I've seen him use basically every viable comp in TVT.
Yeah, I agree with that. Kyrie, you know, I've played him a handful of times as well at this point. He just does something completely different. It seems like there's not much rhyme or reason to what makes him do what he does. It's just whatever he's in the mood for that game. Whereas TerrOr, typically in TVT, I've seen him do some 13 CC builds, but he does do a lot of aggressive builds. He does, like you said, do a lot of Vulture into Goliath or like kind of quick starport builds, and really he just likes to be aggressive. He's a very tempo. He really likes his tempo.
That'll make for a very interesting early game. I think TVT early game is really interesting, and if one player is a little less confident in the long game, you can kind of see it in the early game.
Yeah.
And yeah, we'll see. We'll see what TerrOr cooks up, what Kyrie cooks up. I wonder how well these two players know each other. If they've played a bunch of games, or if this is their first time playing. I'm not sure.
I can't imagine this their first time, surely, right? But I don't think I've ever seen them play, so yeah, not sure how often they've matched up against each other. First map is going to be Metropolis, which is also kind of an interesting PvT map. Because you do have those lips for drops and things like that. And also good for hiding tech if you want as well, like sticking some starports there and anything like that.
It is. There's so much space you can hide stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Metropolis always feels like a bit of a funky TVT map. Like it's hard to get a clean contain. The map split tank lines tend to be like pretty sparse because the map is really long. Depending on how it gets split, it feels like there's usually like room for both Terrans to maneuver quite a bit. And yeah, we'll see how things shape up. I think we're gonna hop in the game pretty soon.
Yep, game just started, so we're gonna hop into that. We got Kyrie versus TerrOr on Metropolis, game 1. Since you're the Terran player, I'll give you the first one here.
Thank you, Ozzy. I appreciate that. Spawning in here in the top right, we have BSL Kyrie.
And spawning here in the bottom right corner, his opponent, we have TerrOr representing NAS.
So let's talk a little bit about these spawns, because we've got a asymmetrical situation on our hands.
Okay.
Looking at the spawns, the Kyrie's natural is a little bit exposed because he's got the cliffs behind the natural, which are in the direction of TerrOr's base.
Mm-hmm.
And this is usually pretty favorable for bottom right.
Yeah. Can be for sure, especially since TerrOr does, like I said, like to mix in some of those starport builds, so it could go Wraith, could go dropships. You never really know, but that's kind of thing you don't know what to expect from either of these players. And I was gonna mention this. Kyrie likes to do center racks, and I think we're getting double center racks side by side. I absolutely love it when this happens, by the way. Like,
me too. It's so
and
fun.
Kyrie's gonna see and cancel.
Wow.
Interesting.
Wow.
Interesting. So he's gonna cancel and rebuild his barracks at home, and then play to deny this one. That instant decision making might give him a pretty big advantage here, actually.
This is incredible. So we're seeing very different decisions being made by each player. Like TerrOr sent out 2 SCVs, and he's going to try to finish his racks. Kyrie decided to cancel. I think Kyrie's taking the lower variance route of like, all right, I just want to get my barracks done.
I sent the extra SCV to counter because the one has to build. Oh my god! And TerrOr sent the other one back. Oh my god! TerrOr's going to be so far behind from this.
This is incredible. The amount of mind games happening right now is just incredible. TerrOr needs to finish that barracks. He's canceling the SCV, restarting it. It's over the gas. 900. Oh my gosh.
The thing is, Kyrie just goes home, and he is insanely far ahead right now. Wow. I love this.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Kyrie's response tells me he's been in this situation many times before, because there was zero hesitation when he saw that SCV there.
Yeah, man. He saw it and immediately canceled. He's either been in this situation or he's spent some time thinking through this situation.
Yeah.
And he knew exactly what he wanted to do. It worked out well. It worked out in his favor. I mean,
And TerrOr had to pull the extra SCVs. He had a missed shot there. I've been seeing a lot of that lately. Because he has to build the barracks. Because he was late, because he doesn't cancel his right away, he doesn't have the option to cancel and redo it like Kyrie did. He has to commit to building it, so he just takes the big eco loss. We're going to get a proxy factory in response. So I think this is TerrOr kind of acknowledging, hey, you got me on that one, you know? I have to do something to get this game back in my favor.
Yep, we're seeing some little micro fight. These fights usually go pretty evenly. Like, even if you miss micro a little bit, the SCV can chase down the Marine. And, usually there's no extra blood.
Oh my God.
Here we do see an additional SCV going down. So we got a 2-fac. There's a couple different things this could be. Usually it's just vultures. It can be vulture into Goliath. It can be tanks. Interesting to see the machine shop going down from TerrOr. I'm curious if we're going to see another machine shop top left. Taking a depot. Interesting way to get some usefulness out of the SCV up there. But
yeah,
also committing another depot.
That depot there is just, that's the, okay, it's gonna be Goliath. This is where my screen was when I realized I needed a depot moment. That's all that was. Kyrie going straight into that second factory as well. But, oh no, it's gonna come back to bite us too. So trapped SCV when we've already taken some SCV damage, but we'll see. We're getting the tanks from Kyrie. I like the situation for Kyrie quite a bit. He just might get caught off guard by these vultures coming in from behind potentially.
Yeah, he might. The tank coming out is definitely really good for Kyrie defensively. Really, really strong unit.
That's a dead tank.
Ooh, that is a dead tank. Another tank coming out. So we've got a tank and a vulture against a tank and 4 vultures. So Kyrie's either going to have to abandon the natural or pull a bunch of SCVs to fight with. He's pulling the SCVs.
And when he sees that count, he now realizes, oh, this is a 2-fac. Like, he realizes he has to expect this. Quick siege mode from TerrOr actually, and you can't pull SCVs on this one when you have a bunch of vultures with it. So this is one of those moments where sieging B, I think, is a good idea. Gonna go into that starport is both players, but there are Goliath already on the way for TerrOr.
Wow, another really interesting decision from Kyrie to not contest the natural and just move toward a longer game. And just saying like, hey, I'm going to lose this fight if we fight directly. You can have the natural, I'll build a starport and take it longer. I think it's probably a good decision, but I could see other people making a different one. SCV's coming down, Vulture's fighting, we have siege mode, and this is such a dangerous situation for Kyrie. I mean, we've got 2 tanks sieging up the Terran main right now.
Yeah, we only managed to kill one of the 2 tanks, and unfortunately for Kyrie, none of the tank shots missed shooting up that high ground, so his tank goes down pretty quickly. And this tank is threatening a lot of the the buildings here for Kyrie. This tank gonna be in range, but we're gonna have that uphill once again. No missed shot though.
And
2 times no missed shot. Whew. Wow. Really unlucky for Kyrie.
And there's a Wraith on the way by both players, so we could also see some Star Wars here. 2 port from TerrOr. 2 fac into 2 port. This is like some bishop strategy.
I think Kyrie's just dead. We have 2 port, 2 fact on one base versus 2 fact, 1 port. So mathematically, not looking good for Kyrie.
2 port, 1 port.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying. But Kyrie's up 5 supply. He gets a decent scout of those 2 Wraith, so he knows what he's up against. There's also a Goliath. TerrOr just going for every tech path possible. I mean, this is what's fun about early game TBT. You got Vulture, Tank, Wraith, Goliath. SCVs are basically headers as well. So Kyrie dropping an armory, eBay. He's gonna need some anti-air because that's a lot of Wraith coming his way.
Yeah. It is eBay and Cloak on the way. This Wraith got a kill and gets away? How did that happen? Actually, even chasing and kills another Wraith. That Wraith had 2 kills. I thought that was dead when I saw it going across the map earlier. How did it get back with 2 kills? What just happened?
Incredible. This game is so messy and scrappy, it's hard to even cast in a reasonable way. Like, Kyrie is hunkering down in his main. He's
no, but we lose this command center. Any advantage that we kind of had is gone, actually, with that. Maybe the SCV count, but... yeah, that's tough. Trying to get this turret up.
Such a back and forth game. This is just amazing. He's got to finish this turret. I mean, this all started with 2 proxy racks in the center that ended up pretty favorable for Kyrie, but TerrOr fighting back.
Yeah. TerrOr making it look like he should just always 1-base TVT, I guess, because the opening could not have been worse for him. And he's had Kyrie on the back foot this entire time. I am amazed that Kyrie is pushing out with 0 anti-air when he knows there's 4 Wraith out on the map. So this is going to get denied immediately. Oh, he does have that cloak though, actually, so that is why. He can use that cloak advantage to get on top of these Wraith. Nice moving shot, going to clean up 2 of these Wraith very quickly. And even going to get a 3rd as well. So nice play here from Kyrie, going to take care of that air disadvantage.
Oh my god, Ozzy, the swings in this game are incredible. TerrOr now getting cloak of his own and throwing down a CC at his natural. So he is eventually going to transition. Both players actually getting a CC. Kyrie getting active. I think this is a good default is like if you feel a little behind, get some activity going. Use the tools in your toolkit to get something going. And this could, this could work. I mean,
the repair, okay. But still cleans this up. Gonna delay that CC. I mean, Kyrie's crisis management is insane. We're across the map right now, pressuring TerrOr now instead. Cloak Wraith does come out for himself as well, so he's gonna be able to clear that Wraith. It does.
He went down fighting.
Off that Goliath.
Oh gosh. Oh, this
and
TPT is amazing. Who doesn't love this matchup? This is so good.
That's what I'm saying. High level T.
Thanks.
What an absolute scrap. Another Vulture here gonna delay the expansion here from Kyrie. The CC canceled here from TerrOr though, and when the dust settles with all the chaos that has been going on, Kyrie has what I feel like is a gigantic lead now.
Yeah, this is incredibly close to call. I think as the game transitions, TerrOr is going to be missing that second factory that is up at 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
Because that's half of his factory production is coming out at 12.
And
that can get
Kyrie's
scouted, that can get killed.
Yeah, and Kyrie's got his third factory up and running now, so these Wraith don't really have an angle to get any damage done. I believe there's a turret. Yeah, a turret pretty well placed here at the natural. And yeah, Kyrie's actually locked in pretty well here. There's maybe like a little bit the Wraith can find, but it's not going to be a whole lot.
Indeed, I mean, those turrets...
Was that a command center? What were we building there? That was a barracks, okay. I was about to say.
Pretty quick third expansion, but you do see it. So we're seeing both players are trying to get a little bit more info. TerrOr's using his Wraith, Kyrie's using his Vultures. Kyrie finds this factory up here, and he's going to take it out.
And gets a bonus depot as well. Like
he gets bonus depot.
All right. Yeah, really looking favorable for Kyrie now. And this kind of goes back to what we were saying in the last series with Kyrie, but his crisis management has been looking really, really strong.
Yeah, his reaction times are really good. And he makes decisions really quickly. He's just like, oh, I'm going to cancel my barracks. I'm going to abandon my natural and retake it later. I think he plays like somebody who's confident that they can bend a little bit without breaking, and just come back. And that's what we've seen so far in his games.
I like that he just left the factory here. He put mines in front of it and left the factory here and was like, I dare you to use it. He sees a tank come out, it's going to take shots, and the shot, just need one shot to connect, gonna go up the ramp and kill it.
What a battle.
Wraith are gonna come back and clean it up though. 6 Wraith there, so gonna pop that.
I feel like we're struggling because we're both like analytical commentators, and this is a situation for a color commentator. Like all of these battles and scraps, like this has just been an incredibly back and forth game.
Yeah, I 100% agree. That's what's going on with us here. It's like this game is so chaotic that I can't call it normally. I love the Valkyrie here, by the way. Absolutely love the Valkyrie from Kyrie. I think that is a beautiful play.
Beautiful. That can really do work against the Wraith. TerrOr has quite a few Wraith. I wonder if he kept making them because he only had one factory production.
I love it. Like, we left this factory here and we punished him for using it. Like, instead of killing it like a normal person would do, we laid mines in front of it, and we got 2 tank kills out of it instead. We do have a bunch of Cloak Wraith. I think there's only 1 Goliath here. Okay, there's 2 Goliath, and the turret finishes up, actually.
So Kyrie continuing to grow. TerrOr also, he's dropping his third.
Baits the Wraith out here. The Valkyrie are going to get on top of it. And all these Wraith are going to go down just about. Gonna get the Valkyrie, but GG gonna be called.
Incredible. What a game of StarCraft. Oh my gosh.
Man, that was super chaotic. And Kyrie, I don't know how much he was sweating. I feel like a normal person drops the games there against that kind of craziness from TerrOr, but honestly, like, I looked at that situation so many times and thought it looked doomed for Kyrie because we were just 1 base versus 1 base with less production, right? And like,
Yes.
Terror just had the good positioning and everything, but Kyrie stayed calm. He worked his way through it, and honestly, like, super well played. I loved watching that from Kyrie.
Incredible from both. I mean, TerrOr, if you look at the game through his eyes, he had such a challenging opening with the barracks in the center.
Yeah.
And then he got creative. He proxied that factory and he made something from nothing and really made something happen. Ultimately didn't take it, but that was really, really impressive.
Yeah. That's actually a really good point too. Terror's own crisis management, because that opening was a nightmare for him. I mean, we ended up pulling like 5 total SCVs to try and get our barracks up in mid. We lost an SCV. I think he lost 2 SCVs even. All the lost mining, then the Marines come across and do a bunch of damage, and Terror turned it into a game where he easily could have won against a lesser player. Alright, next map gonna be Dominator. I do like this map for observing TVT, not for playing. So going into Dominator here, Kyrie versus TerrOr, game 2.
Alrighty, here we have in the right-hand position, TerrOr.
And here in the bottom left spawn, we have our other Terran player, Kyrie, currently up 1-0. How do you feel about TVT on Dominator?
I think it's very fun. I think it's very hard. Dominator plays differently than a lot of other maps. Just because your main is a little bit more exposed, there are so many high ground pods, and there are so many pathways.
Yeah.
I think dropship plays really strong on Dominator. In general, it seems like a map that fits very well with TerrOr's style. He likes to be aggressive. He likes to use dropships and Goliath. Feels like a map that a creative, aggressive Terran has a lot of tools. 8 racks is pretty strong on Dominator. Neither player are going for 8 racks. Looks like Kyrie's putting his barracks up in his nat, perhaps. Maybe he's heading to scout mid.
That's going to be center racks. So Kyrie does a lot of center racks as well in TVT to try and punish early CC builds. I've seen him do this quite often. I actually started doing 10 rack center sometimes against people that do 10 to like 15 CC for exactly this reason. Because Kyrie showed it to me.
Yeah, I like it. I would be so scared that my opponent was doing 8 racks in the center and would just have more Marines.
Yeah.
But it is really nice because you can punish a fast expansion build. You can also just lift off the barracks and get a faster scout, which is really helpful.
Yeah, that's the other thing that I really like about it is how quick you get the information. I will say for these spawns, if we get to that stage of the game, I actually hate it for Kyrie because TerrOr has very easy access to kind of those pizza slices above his main base. And that can be almost game-ending sometimes if TerrOr gets a really strong position there.
Yeah, absolutely. It can be really hard to deal with. Like, once you control that high ground pod, you have direct access into the other player's main. But this is something Kyrie will be well aware of, and he'll be fighting to defend it.
Man, Kyrie's SCV bouncing perfectly.
Of course, as good Terrans tend to do, we bounce our SCVs around. Pro move. Kyrie...
Marine's slightly out of position. Okay, quick reaction from TerrOr. Like, very quickly. Because that could have been bad if he wasn't looking, if he was watching his SCV or something, took some damage. We're going to try and get a bunker up here, but it's 3 Marines for TerrOr versus the 2 from Kyrie. So TerrOr may be pretty aware, actually, that Kyrie likes to go for this kind of a strategy and going to punish him for it. Going to quickly pull the SCV off. That's actually going to turn this Marine fight in his favor.
Yeah, they end up trading about equally. I think maybe slightly favorable for Kyrie, but he also lost the cost of the bunker and this extra marine. And this is one of those like skill checks that Kyrie loves to throw at his opponents. TerrOr going for another 2-fact, so both an aggressive build and a safe build. You're not going to die on 2 factories. 1 shop, so this has been pretty popular in the Korean scene lately, where you just go tank vulture with spider mines.
But Kyrie, he's in trouble here, right? Like it's not like we can get a bunker up. We're very far from getting our own tank.
It's definitely tough. Like this is definitely holdable for Kyrie. There's a couple different ways. Armory's one of them, like going vulture into Goliath. But I would consider this like a soft counter from TerrOr, like going 2-fac against naked vultures. It'll just come down to micro. Like Kyrie has the defender's advantage. He'll have some high ground pods to work with. It's, you know, the vultures can like leak in front. Different things can happen. So we're seeing an.
Okay,
wow,
coming back.
Tanking vultures turn around. Super interesting choice. And then they turn back around. So just regrouping a little bit. He wanted to be a little closer to his macro.
Yeah, but the longer this goes on, the more I feel like it's going to be favored for Kyrie, right? Because he's going to have more and more units for that defender's advantage on these high grounds. And actually, nice, going to pounce on top of this and pick off these 2 vultures. That's actually pretty big from Kyrie. I like that a lot.
That barracks doesn't fully block, does it? Like, these units could have walked around the barracks, right, Ozzy?
Yeah, they could have. Yes, absolutely.
It's an interesting choice to kill the barracks. Like it's obviously good to kill barracks, but if TerrOr wanted to do a dedicated timing, it did slow him down quite a bit.
A lot. Yeah, because like I said, I feel like his window was kind of closing. Now we have the Goliath popping out for Kyrie, and he's going to be on the high ground with these vultures and Goliath. It is mostly vultures, though, against Goliath and tanks. The vultures not going to have a whole lot to do here anymore. They'll have some DPS, of course, but it's not going to be a ton. So we're going to start creeping forward with these siege tanks and Goliath, and Kyrie doesn't have tanks on his own on the way. It's just going to be pure Goliath defense.
Yeah, this is really, really bad for TerrOr. He's just not going to have enough stuff. Like, Kyrie's going to pull SCVs this fight. Like, we just get in there, we trade a bunch of stuff. This is going pretty well for TerrOr. I mean, he's killing a lot with these tanks, and he has a bunch of reinforcements coming. One more tank goes down, but wow, there's 4 Goliath and a tank left over? Did I call this completely wrong? Is Kyrie dead?
You did call it completely wrong, Sterling.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Kyrie's super dead here. We have less Goliath, and there's a siege tank here that's going to be, you know, chipping away at these Goliath as they're coming out as well, so just going to keep them soft. And I can only imagine it's going to be a continuous rally here from TerrOr, and I just don't see a way for Kyrie to come back. We've lost a ton of SCVs. We're at 29 supplied versus the 42 now, so even if he does kill, you know, this Goliath here on the left, which he's not even going to be able to very easily. Yeah.
This is
not looking good.
This is incredible. What a timing. The SCVs just melted. I mean, those Goliaths just shredded the SCVs. TerrOr even producing Marines in Kyrie's base. And so many Goliath. So many Goliath.
Yeah, I mean, he's got more Goliath than Kyrie. He's going to have the high ground advantage, and this tank is not going to be... You can't dislodge this tank. This is just permanently going to be up here shelling away at your Goliath.
It's like a trebuchet, man. This is why they built trebuchets. You just post it up and it just shells. Man, you were right that TerrOr has such an aggressive, creative TVT style. Like,
yeah,
he hit such a sharp timing and straight up killed Kyrie with a timing push. That is hard to do.
Yeah, Kyrie goes for a bit of a drill here, but not going to be enough. GG going to be called. Series going to be tied up 1-1. TerrOr loving his 2-fact builds in this matchup right now.
That was amazing. That is not how I predicted this game would go. I mean, TerrOr just wheeling out a 1-base 2-factory build and just straight up killing Kyrie.
Yeah, I can't help but go back to what I said in the last game where I was like, you know, we almost got him with a 2-fact with this kind of disastrous opening. And then here we got a 2-fact without a disaster opening, and Kyrie just kind of crumbled underneath the pressure that TerrOr's bringing.
This is such a cool matchup. It feels like both players are evenly matched. I think game 1 was super back and forth. Game 2 a bit more decisive, but you can see the game was on a razor's edge. Came down to that big fight and control.
Yeah, it was very well controlled from TerrOr, and he was doing a good job targeting with his tanks as well. I know, like, it's not the craziest thing to be targeting with tanks, but it is super important because if they're shooting SCVs there, then that fight can easily go the other way. So he did a good job of making sure to hit the clumps of Goliath and things. So looks like our next map is going to be Polestar. TerrOr did ban Radion, interestingly enough to me, because Radion's just one of those maps that I feel like everybody should like. But here we go, gonna hop into game 3 here, the final match between Kyrie and TerrOr.
Here, are we in the end of one roster? Got it.
Okay.
Here
Go ahead.
in the top right, Terran, we have TerrOr.
And his opponent here spawning in the top left corner, we have Kyrie.
All right, we've got game 3 of Polestar between two fantastic Terran players. They're both very, very good opponents. Very, very good, very, very scary, talented gamers. You really never know what to expect from either of these guys.
Yeah.
TerrOr has tons of different aggressive builds. Kyrie has tons of different defensive macro builds. But they both generally have a style. Like, Kyrie is pretty defensive, cookie cutter, macro player.
Yeah, he's been showing us like kind of the skill checks that you were talking about in the previous series, right? Not so much like aggressive builds per se, but skill check builds. And you know, at first I was wondering like if TerrOr's gonna whip out that 13cc, but I feel like because he banned Radion, it's like guaranteed that he's not gonna go for it. Looks like we might be going both center racks again, guys.
Oh my gosh, another one of these. We're back. Oh, these situations are so fun to watch. So they're both out of vision of each other this time. And
so there actually is, so right here, so if TerrOr's went left, there actually is a chance that Kyrie could have seen the SCV and TerrOr wouldn't have. So there is a vision advantage on the left side where Kyrie can see TerrOr's SCV without his being seen. So there was a chance that if they both went maximum distance on opposite ends, that Kyrie would actually see TerrOr's SCV.
Incredible.
But not gonna get that, but I was ready for it.
So my experience in this situation is that it usually ends up pretty even, and there because of how strong the SCVs are, it's kind of hard to snowball this out of control, and it usually ends up turning into a fairly normal game.
Is he gonna? Yeah.
So we're seeing like these. So where do you want your SCV? Do you want it to fight right away on the other Marine?
This is a big advantage for TerrOr though, already taking all this SCV damage. And we're gonna see them kind of micro away from each other, but yeah, it's gonna even out a little bit here. But there is, like I said, that HP advantage. So Kyrie gonna bring a second SCV to try and win this fight.
Oh, he's just replacing it to get his HP back.
Takes a lot of damage onto that Marine, but gonna get a lot of damage dealt with his SCV here. And it's just gonna be an even trade again of Marines.
But the fighting continues.
TerrOr is getting a slight advantage in these fights though each time.
Yes,
it's very, very small, but it is adding up. And because of that now, Kyrie has to kind of abandon this position a little bit. He's going to have a moment where he gets that Marine out a little bit faster, so he's going to have that slight DPS advantage So we're talking about defender's advantage with two barracks that are within like throwing distance of each other.
This is incredible, these little fights.
Oh my god.
And then at some point a vulture is going to pop out for both players and all the marine shenanigans will stop. I think TerrOr knows that Kyrie is top left. I wonder if Kyrie knows TerrOr is top right, based on the positioning of the barracks.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
It looks like yes. It looks like yes.
And the build, unfortunately for Kyrie, is actually going to favor TerrOr quite a bit. So not only did he get slight advantages in these exchanges overall, we got 2-fact Goliath versus a 1-1-1 from Kyrie. Ooh. Oh, it's 2-port. Oh, that's even worse. That's even worse for Kyrie.
Wow.
And the vulture gets jumped on. This is a dead vulture.
Oh, dead vulture. Both players are doing really unconventional builds. 2-port is pretty rare bird in TVT. And then TerrOr is doing 2-factory vulture into Goliath. So Kyrie desperately needs to make a tank so he can plug up his ramp. Because he only has one vulture. He's going to have to rely on a full surround.
A little bit slow to repair.
Oh, we need that vulture alive. This is
late,
devastating for Kyrie.
The late repair actually makes a big difference. The Wraith's going to get out now, but we're going to lose a ton of SCVs, and there's actually just another vulture coming as well, not even a tank yet for Kyrie, so a lot of SCV is going to go down. And again, guys, even if he wasn't taking a bunch of this damage, it's not looking good for Kyrie either way, because he's going to be having Goliath routed into him. TerrOr cannot be happier seeing these two ports here.
Yeah, man, this is devastating for Kyrie. I mean, there's Goliath trickling into his face, and it shows up, and it's just one Goliath, and you're kind of okay for a second, and then all of a sudden it's 4 Goliath, and if you don't have a bunch of tanks, you're in trouble.
Yeah, because Wraith are absolutely horrible against Goliath. They do very little damage to that very, very quickly, so...
Absolutely phenomenal gameplay by TerrOr. He went for 3 2-factory builds in a row, and he is putting in the work. There is a tank coming out for Kyrie, so he might be able to stabilize his ramp. And he does have Wraith on the field that he can do stuff with. We'll see what he tries to get done with those Wraith.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. He went for the add-on, so I imagine we're going to be starting Cloak probably here relatively soon. Actually, maybe there's another tank that we just queued up. Yeah, I'm curious to see what he's going to try to go for. He's lost so many SCVs that he's got to find some sort of way of getting a bunch of damage done in return. I think we had an eBay coming down for TerrOr, so it's hard to imagine. Yeah, there's the Academy. And going into his own 2-port, so not even... I actually think this is brilliant from TerrOr. You have a big advantage. You're looking for your own Cloak, Wraith, and scans in response. It is at least going to get spotted from Kyrie, so he's going to know that it's here. But the question is knowing even good enough when you're this far behind an eco?
Well, the level of mind games is incredible. TerrOr moving across the map with all of his Goliath, but there's 2 tank on the ramp.
Yeah, 2 tanks and an SCV to plug just a little bit here. Going to body block some and make them kind of forced to fight the beat, upper advantage.
He's just going against these tanks.
Yeah, first thing does go down. Pretty good micro here from Kyrie to play like maximum range. Gonna clear at least a lot of these. He's killing a bunch of SCVs actually on the other side. We got 10 kills on these 2 Wraith. Did we just kind of even the game up here?
Oh my gosh. Kyrie is finding counterplay where there should not be counterplay. Both of these players, this whole series, they have been inside each other's heads, scrapping it out. Kyrie building something from nothing, just incredible. I mean, 2-factory Goliath is one of the most robust TVT openings you can have. You're so safe. But Kyrie found a way to deal a bunch of damage with 2-port Wraith.
With one of the worst builds in the game, as far as I'm concerned. It was crazy because like we saw the Wraith go in there, and I didn't even think about it because I was like, I just completely wrote it off, because it's like whatever. He's got 2-fact Goliath pumping, like these aren't going to get anything done hardly. But yeah, we come back at the end of it, and these Wraith have 11 kills, so supply is surprisingly even despite all that crazy damage we've taken. Wraith out now for TerrOr, and we have 3 tanks against the 4 Goliath. Kyrie wins this fight.
Unbelievable Kyrie fighting back in this game. Now, TerrOr has a ramp, so he might not just die here. Kyrie researching at his machine shop, probably siege mode.
Yeah, I think it's siege and turrets here to get a contain. He's going for a contain here. He's actually cutting a lot of SCVs to go like really hard into this contain.
He's playing 10 SCV. Wonder how many SCVs TerrOr has. Probably more than 10, but maybe not much more. Oh, so he's got he's got like 20 or 23. He's got a lot of SCVs. But this contain is so powerful. I mean, I've heard you say before that positioning is more important than economy in TVT. Huge SCV pull! Oh my god.
Yeah, big SCV pull here, gonna come out for TerrOr. The targeting onto the Goliath, pretty decent here from Kyrie, but SCVs are extremely good against tanks. One of the tanks goes down. The Goliath actually gets stuck shooting the turret here, so the tanks get to fight the SCVs kind of to the best of their ability, and they're getting a lot of kills here. The SCVs not quite getting on the tanks and getting the surround that he wants. His Wraith even chipping away at the SCVs as well. Kyrie kills a fair amount. Hasn't lost too much yet, but another tank gonna go down, and oh, another tank actually joins up here. It's so close.
It's so close.
It's so close.
It is so close. Both of the Goliath in retreat right now. They're weak. The egg turns one of them around so the tank can pick it off. Wow.
Yeah, the issue right now is Kyrie doesn't have an answer for these Wraiths. So even though he has, 3 tanks out, we can't do anything about this like slow trinkle of Wraith here. So it looks like we're gonna lose an additional tank, which pretty painful. Gonna try to get the repair on it, but it's not really gonna save it. It's still gonna go down, but it's gonna buy a fair amount of time at least. About as much time as possible. Next shot.
You're right. How does he deal with these Wraith? I mean, he's got turrets. He had Wraith of his own. He doesn't have an armory, so all of his anti-air is in turrets right now. And he's gonna have to get an armory and an expansion going. Like, he's safe at the front. He has 3 tank and a turret. But he's gonna need a transition. It'll probably be CC and then Armory, Academy, and similarly TerrOr making a CC.
Yeah, the thing that TerrOr has that's going really well for him right now is he's been producing SCVs the entire time, whereas Kyrie cut a bunch of SCVs because he felt like he needed to get a bunch of counter damage done. He may have underestimated just how much he killed with those Wraith that he had earlier, but he kept cutting to try and get more and more tanks as well. And so despite, Kyrie getting really good trades against the army, he's still pretty far behind because of that economy. And while I do believe that positioning is typically more important than economy, that's only really true while you're holding the position, right?
Yes. It's incredible watching these two play. It feels more like a ZVZ than a TVT. They're just scrapping, throwing punches at each other.
Yo, 50 gifted subs from Flazardo. Really, really appreciate that, man. Awesome support.
Wow, that's incredible. Thank you so much, Flazardo. Thanks for supporting the stream, supporting BSL and what Zero does, and that is very, very appreciated. And it couldn't have come at a better time when we're watching this absolutely incredible banger of a TVT.
Yeah, I do feel like it's becoming more and more TerrOr favored because of that economic advantage now. And, Kyrie is stuck, defensively postured at the moment. I don't know that we have, many tanks yet for TerrOr, but he is going to be coming online pretty soon because he does get that bigger transfer. And, yeah, just going to be holding the high ground with these Wraith and Goliath for now. Kyrie trying to get his production up and running. We got our second factory just finished up. And, yeah, we might actually just finally have a moment where these two are going to, stop punching each other in the face for a few seconds and actually play the game a little bit.
Is this the first natural that TerrOr has mined in this series? I think it might be. I'm not sure.
I think it is actually, yeah.
So we've got 4 production facilities for Kyrie, 4 production facilities for TerrOr. They're both on 2FAC, 2-port. TerrOr has an SCV advantage, and he's got map control right now with the roaming Goliath army.
Yeah. Dropping a second starport, so he really seems to like his Wraith. He's been showing us this in pretty much 2 of the games now where he just really seems to favor Wraith in this matchup.
I find it pretty impressive when Terrans use Wraith in their composition and they make it effective, because they're a pretty high skill unit. If you're not giving Wraith a lot of attention, then you won't be getting much value out of them. But if you do use them well, they can provide a ton of value.
Yeah. Absolutely. They become kind of a high utility unit in this matchup a lot of times. They can find some like unique scenarios where they're getting some value. Even getting our own Valkyrie as carrier this time, so not wanting to kind of relive what happened in that first game. And I said 2 of the games, I kind of forgot. Even on Dominator, when he saw that Kyrie was going 3-back Goliath, he still dropped a starport and made a Wraith. Like, it doesn't seem to matter what's happening. That man wants Wraith.
Love to see it. Supplies have equalized. And let me tell you a little something about Kyrie. You may know this, you may not. Kyrie is absolutely incredible at making SCVs.
Yep.
His SCV production just is so good. Like, he
looks really healthy right now, but now that you're mentioning it, which is crazy because he cut so much and lost so many, but you're right, he's evened up supply and it's not looking unplayable like it was 45 seconds ago.
It really is not. I completely agree with that assessment, and I know that Kyrie's starting to feel a bit more confident because he was in some trouble, but now he's got an economy. He's got a set of tanks. Whoa. Both players have a small air force, and they're chopping up the center pretty equally here.
Yeah, I love that they both have 1 Valkyrie, but TerrOr does have that 2-port pumping a little bit, I think, to get a little bit extra. Oh, we canceled the second starport. Man, TerrOr, that's twice this game that we made a starport and canceled it.
Love to see it. He's a very reactive player. I mean, he'll have an idea and then he'll scout something and switch it up. Really interesting army movement from TerrOr. He looks like he's going for a big siege bust, and he's got a lot more units than Kyrie does. He might just be able to bust right through the defender's advantage and take this high ground.
Yeah, that was a big fight for TerrOr. Gonna take a big advantage and get this high ground now, which means that he gets access to this 3rd base, so he can cancel that as well. And once you start getting pushed down below this ramp, it starts getting pretty hard. It is Polestar, so you do still have kind of that access to the bottom side, but a lot of the map gets closed off here. At least the movement gets a lot harder here.
I mean, that bust worked really well. Gotta give TerrOr credit for taking the chance on that bust, because it is always a little bit scary to bust a siege line. It can go well and it can go poorly, and this time it went well. He's going for another bust. He's got vultures in the front and he's not sieging up, and Kyrie has a bunch of units in the back, but there's just so much blue.
The supply is even, but TerrOr just has a way more units, it looks like. So yeah, that SCV production obviously doing great for Kyrie, because it was even supply on that bus, but he was down at half the units. So now we have this big siege on top of his natural. That vulture actually getting a few kills with the friendly fire. And can Kyrie even stabilize from here? It feels so difficult.
Oh my gosh, it's going to take some really good usage of SCVs. We're going to have to turn this SCV count into a fighting force and get them on top of those tanks.
Is that command zone about to die? Yeah. Okay, we are going to live. But then the turret's here to finish it off.
Oh, we're at 55 HP. Need to repair that. Oh, that's so many tanks coming down for TerrOr.
Yeah, I mean, even though we don't lose the command center, how do we break this position? There's so many tanks around this lip here. This looks unbreakable. It's gonna have to be a big SCV pull, I feel, but even then, it's so hard and inefficient. We're already so far behind now.
It's a dire situation. Like, if Kyrie had a dropship, he could drop SCVs on those tanks, but I'm not sure he can afford a dropship. He is making something in the starport.
Yeah, even the vulture rally just kind of bled off a bunch of extra vultures afterwards as well. Scan goes down right as he's trying to walk forward, so it takes a few more volleys there. And yeah, we're just continuing to bleed vultures with this rally. And I feel like, you know, you kind of see that wad of blue outside of TerrOr just naturally. I think that's just the production behind it. So even if we do kind of break this position, there's a lot of units here on the other side still for TerrOr.
There are, and he's continuing to grow. He's taken 12. Kyrie did make a dropship, and it looks like he's going to shuttle some units out, looking to do some counterattacking. He drops a vulture off at 12 to try to slow down that base, and drop some vultures in TerrOr's Nat, but it's looking like too little too late. This is such a difficult siege to contain. Outside his control.
Gonna be able to pick off one tank at least. These vultures are, you know, buying some time and kind of distracting TerrOr a decent bit while we're trying to keep forward and kind of get some value out of this siege line here. See another step forward. So gonna be another volley. Actually, the scan just in time for TerrOr, so he gets the shot first. Makes a big difference because he killed off that tank.
It's amazing how close the supplies are. Like, given how the game looks, the fact that it's a 9 supply difference is incredible. And Kyrie's still fighting it out, man. I love to see it. He's slowly trying to counter push to carve out a little space so he can mine his natural, but he's down to like 1 or 2 mining patches in his main, so he's got to go. He's sending everything, leading with that vulture.
Last few rounds from Kyrie. He realizes this is not going to work. GG called. TerrOr going to win 2-1. Big kind of sigh there from TerrOr. A sigh of relief for sure. Kyrie making him work for it pretty hard despite having these big advantage positions sometimes. And man, what a scrap that series was. I love it. That's the kind of TVT I want to see. Just gloves are off. We're not setting up siege lines. The siege line goes in our opponent's mineral line. Like in his natural, that's our best siege line. I love it, just absolutely scrapping it out.
That was a really fun series, and you know, Kyrie, he made such a game out of it after being countered in the opening. Ozzy, are you cool taking a 5-minute break?
Yes, yeah, we're gonna take a short break. We've been going pretty nonstop, so making good progress, good games. But yeah, we're gonna take about a 5-6 minute break here, and we will be back shortly. Quickly, but next up we have HBO versus Aeternum. You know, Aeternum did say that he really likes PvZ. Also got some information during the break there that HBO took a game off Bonnet as well, so we might be in for a bit of a scrap here as well. But at the LAN, yeah, sorry, at the LAN. But all right, players are ready. We're gonna hop into the game here. It's gonna be on Metropolis, HBO versus Aeternum.
Here in the top left, we have our Zerg player, Hullabaloo.
And his opponent, spawning here in the top right corner, we have our Protoss player, Aeternum.
I'm so excited to be here today, casting with you, Ozzy. This is so much fun.
Why does it sound so sarcastic, man?
It's not sarcastic. I love BSL weekends, man.
Oh, yeah?
Get to watch these crazy scraps. Get to see players duking it out.
How do you feel about PVZ as an observer and a Terran player?
I like PVZ, especially like I like watching what Protoss does. I think Protoss, there's a lot of different ways Protoss can approach the matchup. I know there are some constraints, like they're gonna have to defend against 973. They're gonna have something to deal with Muta, but they have quite a few different options for doing those things. So I like watching the Protoss perspective. Zerg, you know, I know a bit less about Zerg, so I'm not really sure what to watch for. It seems like they play Hydra or Muta or some combination of the two. Getting
Yeah,
the
this
drone
is
bomb.
already a really good start for Aeternum. So Aeternum's opening 9 gate, so it's planning on being aggressive. And this wanted to be a 12 patch from Hula Blue, so the Lings are going to be a little bit late. And this is going to be earlier Zealots than normal. It wasn't like a 10 gate or something like that. So Aeternum's going to be looking to get aggressive. So you're very happy when you see that they went for a 12 patch and you got to delay it and kind of force them into a later spawning pool. So you're almost guaranteed to get some value out of your Zealot here.
Oh, this is so difficult for Zerg trying to get their hatchery up. And the 9 gate opening, I'm taking a shot here because I'm not sure, but I think this is Bonneth's preferred opening. I believe he's a 9 gate, a pretty consistent 9 gate player in PvZ.
Yeah, I mean, he does a fair amount of Zealot openers, because he does. I mean, you know how Bonneth is. He's very heavy on the micro stuff, right? So he likes to get onto the map pretty early and start to kind of take advantage of his typically superior micro. And these units going to track this drone down to the 3rd base here, so it's going to force Hula Blue to kind of delay taking this as well. So it's been pretty nice for Aeternum so far. He hasn't got any kills, right? But this is definitely throwing HBO off quite a bit. And with the 2nd Zealot here, he's going to have to be making at least another 4 Lings. Does get the probe kill, which is nice for him, because that probe fighting with the Zealots it adds a lot of like fighting power, right?
It does, and I can see he's even pulling down another one to his natural. So he wants to have... Oh, he's sending another one to scout, and then using a 3rd probe, maybe to build a forge? Okay, building a forge. Is that Ling type between the gateway and the forge?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's going to be Ling tight there. So it's going to be a 3 Zealot or 3 Ling gap, essentially, which is already closed off by the Zealots, as you see. And he'll just continue pumping Zealots. So one of the things about the gate openers is you're looking to... You kind of keep making Zealots, and it forces Zerg to keep making Lings in response as well. So just by continuing to make the Zealots, Zerg has to respect the potential kind of move out. And at some point, we're going to see Aeternum. He's going to want to move out with these Zealots probably soon after he starts the cannon. So he's going to want to start his cannon here. And then it kind of creates a little bit of a timer where he can start to threaten the move out. That Zerg has to make Lings to respect, right? So here he's going to start to move out. He's only going to send 3 initially because he kind of recognized that, hey, you're not making enough Lings at home. That's what the scouting probe checked out. And this just forces HBO to make some Lings. This is going to be a fake move out. Potentially. I mean, you can commit. You normally don't, but he might actually be committing to the 3 o'clock base actually, or the 9 o'clock to try and get behind that mineral line. So if he gets down in there...
hiding above the gateway? Like, is that a complete wall?
Yes, there is a probe there.
Oh, there's a hidden probe that's hard to see. Okay, so we've got these Zealots coming to harass the 3rd. HBO does have enough Lings on the field to kill these 3 Zealots, so the 3rd will be okay.
Yeah.
He'll be able to drone up behind this.
He's going to want to tuck the Zealots here behind the mineral line, but Speed did finish, and he actually gets a decent bit of damage before he gets down there, so this isn't going to trade as well as the Aeternum would have hoped for. It's still going to do okay and trade against these Zealots, or these Lings pretty decent, and he's going to follow up with an additional move out, so as these Zealots are killing a fair amount of Lings and trading decently, he's trying to make HBO make even more Lings, so this time this is more of that fake move out, like, hey, look, I'm coming to attack you, haha, and then turn around and go back home. But we have that Spire on the way for HBO already.
It seems like all these fake move outs are... I mean, there was one real move out and one fake move out, but these are working. Like, Zerg does not have a lot of drones in their main. So Zerg teching to Spire, he's going to use Corsair. he's going to use Scourge to deal with the Corsair, defend the Overlords, and then we'll see. It could be like switch into some 5-hatch Hydra. Back in the day when I played a lot, like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 3-hatch Spire into 5-hatch Hydra was kind of the standard ZVP build. Is that build still around, Ozzy?
Yeah, they still do it quite often. There's a few different, kind of variations you can go for. You can go for the 6-hatch or something, but yeah, the mutas into 5-hatch, we see a lot of that. I think Ziki does that a fair amount as well. It's definitely more aggressive, the 5-hatch version. But as much as I was talking about Aeternum Zealots like getting value and trading decently and things like that, considering how annoying the early game was for HBO with like the blocked hatcheries and even his third getting delayed a little bit longer as well, he actually navigated this early game incredibly well. And after he cleaned up those 3 Zealots, he was able to pump a lot of drones and kind of catch back up on that economy. So yeah. I'm actually pretty impressed with HBO so far.
Absolutely. I mean, he's already solved a lot of problems. Oh, that Corsair! The Corsair is they're always safe. They're so slippery.
They're slippery, and Scourge are kind of one of the worst units in the game to try to use.
Yes, indeed. They're not super responsive.
Yeah, a lot of people like to complain. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thank you, DeWalt. But yeah, a lot of people like to complain. Every race has their units they like to complain about. Like, Protoss likes to complain about their goons, and sometimes even their Reavers, like, bugging out. And Terran players, we talk about how dumb our Goliath are and our medics and stuff like that. But truthfully, Zerg is the only one with the right to complain, because Scourge are absolutely brain dead.
They really are. This is such an interesting decision from Aeternum. He's essentially suiciding a Corsair, or at least
a bolt scout, man.
Heavily risking a Corsair to get that scout off. So is he checking to see if it's Muta or a Hydra switch, or is he looking at drone count, or both?
It's just whatever information you get. So he did actually get some useful information. You're also kind of checking the gases if possible, but he saw a Muta with a bunch of Scourge, which is why we see these additional cannons coming down, because it does look like HBO is going to go for this kind of Muta kind of flood here. Because typically, like, Zerg has a couple options when they go into Spire. It can be just a few Scourge to deflect the initial Corsair. It can be like that 5 Muta looking for some kind of light harass. And then sometimes it's a bunch of Corsair and you're going like +1 armor and a bunch of Mutas and stuff. So he was kind of checking to see if he was committing to that air, and that's why we saw those additional cannons coming down. But I think he got juked a little bit, or maybe HBO, saw him see his Muta, and he is just droning like a madman instead.
Such an interesting choice. Yeah, that was a neat little interaction to see. I know a lot of Protoss players struggle to scout in this matchup, but just sneaking that Corsair up the very tip-top of the map.
He is still making a lot of Mutas, actually. So he is committing to this air. His third gas is actually a little bit messed up by that sunken as well, which does matter quite a bit whenever you're going into this meet. I think there's only like 1 or 2 drones on it as well.
Ooh,
I think we just fixed that one.
Really costly. I think if he notices, he'll probably want to kill that off.
Yeah, it's not like a big deal, but honestly, if you're committing to this heavy Muta kind of build style, you really don't want your gas being poorly optimized.
So, looking at this position,
very defensive.
If I were a Zerg player, I would feel... I'm just wondering how he's going to deal with the big Protoss death ball. Like, he has Muta Ling, but once Protoss gets Archon and Storm, like, what's Zerg's plan for dealing with that big army? Like, is he gonna attack to Defiler, Lurker? Is he just gonna go mass Muta only and counterattack?
He will have to transition off of Muta at some point. He did make a lot of sunken, so defensively he's gonna be completely fine. We're gonna see him commit in here. He does have that +1 armor, but we have to worry about the Storm with all these Corsair. Storm on top of these Scourge. What an awesome storm. Oh my god. And he's actually just going to ignore the Scourge at this point. That was beautiful from Aeternum. Wow.
What a storm, dude. That might have just single-handedly won him the game. I mean, he killed half the Scourge, half the Muta, and he's going to use this tempo advantage. He's moving out right away.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Aeternum, I mean, he can't kill him after that, but he has complete control over the map at this point. We'll see what he wants to do with that. Because there's so many Sunkens and all these Lings and everything, you know, the SimCity Zealots really aren't going to be able to break any of these positions. It's a lot of Lings, actually.
Zerg has so many Lings. There's so many Lings. Makes me a little concerned for him because, like, Lings die
still
very...
0-0. Yeah. 0-0 Ling against the Zealot army, which are currently 1-1, do almost nothing. We saw Aeternum wanted to take that 12 o'clock spawn. Big Scourge swell, gonna jump on top of his Corsair. Like, 20 Scourge just hit the same Corsair. And honestly, with only 4 Sunkens here, we're gonna get some Storms on top of these drones and clear up a lot of the drones. There's only 1 or 2 metas left, but there are some at least reinforcing Lings on the bottom side. These Scourge or these Corsair are all gonna get cleaned up at the end of the day. More mutas were actually being made as well. And we're gonna break through the Sunkens, but there are more muta, but more Zealots coming in. Some Storms going down, the Archon goes down, so Hulabaloo is gonna stabilize. But that was very close to a break, and he lost a lot of drones.
It feels like he took too much drone damage from the storm. There's also Zealots now getting into the main. And
Yeah.
Protoss is still growing and expanding and sending units. Looks like there were 2 groups of Lings that got misplaced in the center of the map that could have been really helpful defensively. I know it's always so frustrating when you have, like, the units to defend, but they're a little bit out of position.
We have this forgotten Zealot that actually could potentially finish off that Spire. Would have killed the Spire if it was a part of the group, but we'll see if Aeternum recognizes it's down there and if he realizes how low HP that Spire was. He is floating 1800 minerals, and because of that float, he actually might not be able to defend this top base. A bunch of Lings coming in with these additional mutas here, looking to try to deny this base. It's a little bit of a macro slip from Aeternum. Gonna stun his growth here, which is a bit unfortunate because he was getting such good value out of his armies.
This style is fascinating. I mean, I'm not familiar with this Muta-Ling style ZVP, but it looks more like Crazy Zerg. Like, this is like something you'd see against the Terran. Like, just mass Muta-Ling. I'm curious to see what the upgrades are on both the Muta and the Ling. Protoss has 1-1 on the ground, Zerg 1-1 on the ground, and 1-0 in the skies.
Yeah,
so pretty symmetrical upgrades.
Yeah, we shouldn't see any more air upgrades, I wouldn't imagine, at this point. We're just going to continue with the Ling upgrades. We're going to be getting Adrenal, and 2-2 is most likely on the way for HBO. Aeternum's still floating a really big mineral bank constantly, and honestly, the fact that this third base got denied really hurts him. He really needed access to that extra gas, and just the mineral income in general, because he's going to be kind of hurting to take a base now at this point. Yeah, you see the main's mine out, and the lateral's not going to last a whole lot longer either, so he's really going to be getting into a point where he kind of needs to double expand, which could be pretty difficult with all these Lings running around everywhere.
Yeah, and Protoss has so many Dragoons, but he's not up against Lurker or Hydra. I guess the Goons are to deal with the Muta and the Scourge.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, Goons still aren't even that good against dealing with the Muta, but because he's lost all this Corsair at this point, he doesn't really want to go back into Corsair. I'd like to have made some Dark Archon instead. These Mutas are going to fly into the main and try to jump on top of these cannons, but going to bleed off a few Mutas, realizing he can't really break that position. And Aeternum is getting very close to drying up. He did deny the 4th base from Zerg with his DT, which is a really nice play. And kind of both players actually on a little bit of a timer, so Aeternum's going to be fighting really hard to take this 12 o'clock position. I think now we're getting to a point where HBO can't really deny it. Nice storm to clean up a lot of these mutas. And it's actually looking rough for HBO now. He really needed a 4th during all of this.
Jeez, I mean, 3-base Protoss beats 3-base Zerg. If Protoss can establish this base, is it safe to say he'll be in a winning position?
Yeah, I would say he's in a winning position right now. We don't have an observer though, so this is kind of annoying. But I don't think we should lose this base. Just gotta be careful about Zerg getting too much value in this position. He's gonna be kind of leapfrogging some lurkers up here. The observer surely is on the way relatively soon. But this is pretty desperate from HBO. He knows that he has to deny this base. And because he's not getting his own 4th base, so this is really kind of getting close to make or break for HBO.
There's that observer, so Protoss can now see these lurkers and clear them, which has got to be kind of a heartbreaker for Zerg. I mean, he's got some cracklings coming, and he's also sending some lings down to bottom left so that he can take his own 4th, but yeah, there's a Defiler on the way as well. So, you know, I know as a Terran player what Dark Swarm can do. Dark Swarm worker.
Yeah, it is definitely annoying. We don't really have any storms up here. Got a few Templar that just recently came out. Yeah, this leapfrog of storms starts to get pretty hard to deal with because we're very light on the zealots, which aren't even that great against lurkers a lot of the time anyway, as well as the lings pouring in with the lurkers. These goons pretty much useless in this scenario. So we're going to be relying on the storm to try and clear the lurkers at this point.
This is an incredibly close game. If he can deny this base, I think he will win, but is it enough? He's got Swarm, there's one Lurker burrowed left, 2, maybe 2, and 1 Defiler, but it's exposed with the lings. He noticed.
Yeah, he focused a nice awareness there from Aeternum getting on top of that Lurker, or on top of that Defiler. It's going to allow him to finally clear this up. This non-stop stream of lings, by the way, like, so much pressure coming out from HBO. He did finally clear that DT, or I guess push the DT away in the bottom left. A little bit of a misclick storm, it looked like there. Stormed our own units. But yeah, Aeternum's going to be able to stabilize. He's going to be on this 1-base mining. HBO probably got another maybe like 3-4 minutes before he runs out of mining on his bases as well. But honestly, Aeternum is going to kind of want another base. Probably going to be trying to take that 3 o'clock. But yeah, you see we're getting pretty light on minerals there at our 3rd for HBO.
So HBO, he's establishing a 4th. He's got a good tech tree. He's got some money, so he'll be able to build some stuff. And supplies seem within range of each other. I mean, Defilers make Zerg fight so efficiently. I wonder if we're going to end up seeing Plague. Like, Plague is a game changer.
Yeah, even in this matchup, I would generally say that Plague is more important than Swarm. Like, Swarm obviously is good, of course, because it completely nulls, like, the Archons and Zealots. Or at least the Archons against the Lurkers. But, yeah, the Plague damage is guaranteed damage, right? And it just makes the Protoss army, like, paper if you get big Plagues. He's still trying to kind of leapfrog some Swarms up. But, I mean, Aeternum's doing a really good job of making him work for it. And kind of lead off as many units as he can here. And he's kind of whittled it down now, just a few lurkers here left over, so all going to get cleared up. And I think Aeternum did start that 3 o'clock base, it looks like, probably underneath an Overlord. Yeah, so that's a really important moment. There can easily be a counterattack, though, from HBO. He is floating 2,000 minerals, so can make a lot of lings. And this is still kind of scary for Aeternum. This is hard to play against, especially when you're worried the Zerg could be expanding on the bottom left of the map at the same time.
It is. I think that bottom left expansion kind of got neglected. Like, it's not really mining, so HBO is just trying to end this game by killing the 3rd. But Aeternum defended it, so HBO is changing targets. He's going to target the 4th with Speedlings, which is a great choice. But Aeternum is like, no, I'm sick of this. I'm just going to walk down Main Street.
Yeah. Aeternum's going to abandon the fourth is the right call at this stage. A lot of those probes are going to go down, but I think it's completely fine for him. I mean, getting in here and killing this base off, he did lose his only observer with this push, though. Bit of an unfortunate mistake there, and actually kind of even missing these storms, just barely missing the lurkers. Does finally find the right angle there for the storms and things up those lurkers. One more lurker does get away, though, but these units being up here is a big threat for HBO as well, because a lot of his tech is up here, and I don't think we have our 3 upgrades on our ground yet either for HBO. Nice. He does find an angle, though, with these lurkers, and he's going to kill like, all of these probes. Oh my god.
Ozzy, look at these lurkers! He killed so many probes! Oh my god.
But Aeternum's not mining right now. Is HBO doing it? This looked so good for Aeternum to me for most of this game. I mean, we're scrambling so much for killing our own units with storms at this point. Like, HBO just has units running around everywhere. He's gonna clean this army up in the main. That fourth base looks like it has a few drones on it. Yeah, we're just getting it kind of running a little bit here now, but I mean, look at Aeternum. We weren't mining this whole time. We just lost a ton of probes, and yeah, supply is almost even now, which is not good for Aeternum here.
This is incredible. We're 22 minutes in. I have no idea who's going to win or who's winning. That's so many High Templar, so many cracklings. Both players are playing with ambles of an economy. Like, I mean, spellcasters might decide this. We've got High Templar against Defiler. Storm is pretty good. So is Swarm.
We're gonna get a Swarm up here. They're gonna focus down that Nexus. That Swarm's gonna come down, even blocking the Zealots a little bit with the Defiler there. Is that gonna buy him enough time? Even though the Probe's trying to kill it, but the Nexus barely goes down. And I think HBO's done it. There's still a big standing army from Aeternum that's really hard to deal with, but it's not gonna be growing for a while.
How are the Zerg mining bases? It looks like he's got minerals in the main and some in the Nat. So okay, so Zerg will keep going for a while. Protoss is now distance mining, saving up to restart his Nexus.
Yeah, and Hula Blues, his bottom left base is fully mining now at this point, even a 5th base on the way. I think Hula Blue has done it. It's very hard for Aeternum to push through this like constant swarm killing lurker. Is gonna try to, but there's really nothing to damage these lurkers other than the swarm or the storms here. Does at least clean it up there, but yeah, Archons do not do splash damage to lurkers when they're burrowed under storm, so it's very, very hard for him to clear those.
And we see a bunch more units pumping out for Zerg. As Protoss, it's tough because you want to defend your third, but you also want to go push bottom left. He doesn't have the economy to like harass with shuttle, dropship, or anything, so what you see is what you get with this army. Wow, what a back and forth game. I mean, this is not where I expected to be, especially after that first huge early storm on the Scourge and Muta. Wow, Aeternum called GG. Fantastic game from both players, and I'm excited.
Yeah, what another scrap. These games all day today have been super scrappy. Man, HBO really grinded that out. That position looked so bad for him at multiple points. But he just kept leaning on Aeternum and kind of grinding him out. And I really thought Aeternum was defending really well. That 4th base getting denied was a pretty big moment, and then this lurker counterattack to just suddenly wipe out, 40 or so probes into following up, killing the Nexus, and then just all of a sudden, Aeternum just completely ran out of steam.
Oh, that was such an incredible moment, those lurkers. He just walked them in. Just walked in the lurkers. Killed so many probes.
Yeah, so HBO going up 1-0 here in this first game. Next map is going to be Radion. I think the ban was Litmus. And it looks like our players are just about ready. But yeah, what a scrappy first game. All right, looks like we are already hopping into the second game here. HBO versus Aeternum on Radion.
Here in the top right, we have our Zerg player, HBO.
And his opponent spawning here in the bottom right, we have the Protoss player, Aeternum. Huh. Well, I'm very impressed with HBO. It's not a common style, what he went for, but the thing that really impresses me the most is just his early game navigation. Getting first scouted when you're going for 12 hatch off of like a 9 gate like this is very painful. And then not only that, but even our third got delayed as well. And honestly, it didn't really seem to get him offbeat that much. Like he really didn't crumble under all of that. So I've seen lesser players just kind of completely fall apart when your bases are getting denied like this.
Yeah, he had such good crisis management, like early game and then late game, and like those fast-paced games, you have to make so many split-second decisions.
Yeah.
Like, you know, what we see as casters is we see lurkers show up at the mineral line and burrow and kill a bunch of probes, and it's awesome. But from a player standpoint, he's evaluating a huge risk to just run those 4 lurkers in. He's estimating what defenses will be there. Like, he's estimating trading 4 lurkers strictly for probes. Like, there's a lot that you have to weigh as a player. And he made really good decisions all throughout that game.
Yeah, 100% agree. And once again, we are scouted early here, so gonna be another pain dealing with the probe harass. So this time, I'm just gonna go take our next third. So this is a more standard response. It's just go expand somewhere else when this is happening.
Yeah, so he's able to basically put a drone at 2 different bases, and there's only 1 probe. So
yeah,
he can take a hatchery wherever the probe is not.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this isn't preferred, of course, right? Because it is much further travel distance for 2 reasons. It's a little bit harder to defend because your lings have further to go, and you know, when you want to get drones over there early, there's just that extra little bit of lost mining. So it's a little bit damaging, but it's obviously much more damaging to just not be able to drop your hatchery on time.
Yeah, absolutely. Protosses are good at getting first scout.
They really are. It's infuriating. There's 2 things that Protoss is really, really good at. It's either they first scout you or they cross 112 nexus you. Like every Protoss player I play is good at one of those 2 things.
Or both.
Or both.
Got 3 hat-tricks coming up from Hullabaloo, and a pretty quick gas. So it feels like it could be fast Zergling speed, it could be for a lair to tech toward Spire.
Yeah, most likely it's going to be for that Spire tech. If nothing else, you just want to get into the Scourge to deal with Corsair. I mean, it could be still something Hydra aggressive, but typically we're looking at a lair, and that does seem to be the kind of style that he wanted to favor, according to last game. Got these 2 Zealots moving out, is going to be spotted by that Overlord, so Hullabaloo is going to be aware of it and can react accordingly. Aeternum knows that it was spotted, so we'll see if he wants to go for that fake or full commit here. There's always like that little bit of mind game, so here we see him turning around now. But there's always kind of that like cat and mouse that you play where you send your Zealots, and then you turn them around. It's actually pretty similar to like when you do it as Terran, right? It's actually the same thing, where you like send like 5 Marines, you know that Zerg saw you send those 5, and then you have that like back and forth mental game where it's like, he's gonna turn his Marines around, he won't keep going, right? So they won't make the lings, and then sometimes they do and you just die, so...
Yeah, hey, sometimes they're not bluffing and they just fully send.
Which is also psychotic in its own right, because if you commit those, like Zealots, for instance, and they get cleaned up, you know, you're just in a horrible position, the same in TVZ, right? So HBO did, you know, show respect and made a lot of lings, and that is the damage you're looking for as Aeternum by doing that kind of fake move out.
And they're just jockeying for position, and they're both respecting each other, and it's a game of like bluffing and game theory and back and forth. We're seeing a pretty similar position to last game, where Hullabaloo is going for a quick Spire, and Aeternum is on his gateway expand, teching toward, I assume, Corsair. Is that the only branch here?
Pretty much. I mean, technically you can do like a Citadel, like early gateway, like all in, but it's pretty ill-advised in almost all scenarios. Yeah, the Corsair is kind of a cornerstone of this matchup. As you mentioned earlier, right, the information gathering is the hardest part for PvZ, and that is the main reason you're going for Corsair. Obviously, you still want it if they're going like Mutas or something like that, or even in the Scourge, you can get a few, 5, 6 Corsair. But it's just the most reliable way for Protoss to gather information. We did move out with a bunch of Zealots, so we got them up into position here. A lot of Lings came out for Hullabaloo, and we're gonna come. It's gonna come down to how well these Zealots can trade, but it's a lot of Lings. And if these Zealots get cleaned up efficiently, and yeah, we still have plenty of Lings down there as well. So the reason this is really bad for Protoss is, so Zerg makes all these Lings, right, to clear all these Zealots, which, you think, okay, they made all these Lings, so they didn't make drones, so that's damage, right? But the issue is, when you lose all your Zealots, Zerg has these Lings left over, and now, because they reset your Zealot count, they can drone for the next, 2 minutes, completely under no pressure.
That is not what you want to see as Protoss. Zerg with a bunch of drones is so scary. They just grow exponentially, and drones become more hatcheries and more drones. And as Protoss, you're just kind of rebuilding your linear army. You got to make your Zealots, and then you got to make your Corsair and your High Templar. And Zerg can just explode.
Okay, so in theory, this should be a dead Corsair. But we'll see if Hullabaloo can manage his Scourge properly. It's kind of hard. It takes a lot of focus, right? At any point, you kind of get juked a little bit, then the Corsair gets away. But you're always going to be able to cut the angle. You should know this from playing basketball with Boneth, that there's no way past the Scourge if played correctly.
Basketball is a UMS. It's very, very fun. You just juke a shuttle around. Boneth is very good at it. Surprise, surprise. Shuttle micro, very good. So this Corsair is still alive, flying around. It finally, one Scourge connects. I think one more is going to connect soon.
It did find its way back, but there's actually more Scourge in between. But, I mean, this is also taking a lot of focus from Hullabaloo. It's going to take more from HBO than from Aeternum, because, he makes the first move and HBO has to react, so it's a little bit more consuming, we kind of see there.
Yeah.
Okay.
HBO's supply blocked at 44. He also got blocked at 35 out of 35 for a while.
Yeah.
So I wonder if he's just been missing a couple overlords.
Yeah, for sure he has. We see him floating 600 minerals right now because of that supply block. We just had 3 overlords pop at once, or 2, I guess, at once. So, and maybe even a couple more making already. So yeah, I mean that is a good point. The supply blocks do add up quite a bit because it's going to be eating into his economy and production a lot at this stage of the game.
Yeah, man, Protoss adding some cannons just to respect the potential Hydra flood. HBO is making Hydra, but yeah, I mean, I think ideally Zerg would want to pump out some more drones before producing units.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. That's what happens. That's typical right there. Okay, so he did go to that 6 hatch. I thought because we were making so many Hydras so early, we were committing to the 5 hatch, but he is actually going 6 hatch after making a bunch of Hydras. Personally, not the biggest fan of that because we missed a lot of drones from these supply blocks, and I think that's maybe part of why he kind of felt pressured to make some Hydras, because he's been missing some production cycles because of those Overlord blocks. So now we're trying to get back into drones, but ideally you get the drone before you start the Hydras, right? But I mean, he only made 8 or 9 Hydras, so I guess it's not too bad.
Yeah, I'm just curious what he made them for. Is there a common Zealot timing that he wanted to be safe against? Is there an 8 speed lot timing or something that you would need Hydra for?
Yeah, there's a little bit of a timing that a lot of players will do, where it's this +1 Sarah, +1 Zealot timing. But I think we're a little bit past that at this point. So, yeah, I mean, it could have been, like I said, a little bit of safety because he was worried about the Zealot count potentially building up, but we're going to get a little bit of a skirmish here with these Hydras that we did make preemptively. Going to pick off 1 Zealot, almost, but not quite. I mean, we get it. Okay. We got the Zealot.
And he gets a decent scout, sees that High Templar count, kind of gets a good sense of what Protoss is doing, because up to this point, he's really only seen the Corsair and a few Zealots. So now he knows, like, alright, this is going to be a pretty standard game. Opponent is still on 2 base and is teching to High Templar. And, like, this is a fairly normal rhythm for ZVP, I think.
There we go.
See, looks like some...
So, yeah, so what happened here? So, HBO personally got up to the drone county once to be pumping a bunch of units. And he saw with his Scourge that he wasn't making Corsair for quite a while. So these metas are to punish that lack of Corsair. So if there's no Corsair, and they don't go Dark Archon, then you kind of get a free window to snipe a bunch of High Templar with your mutas here. So that's exactly what he's looking for. He's going to see with his Zealots a bunch of these mutas, but he is going to take a lot of losses for that, so this is going to be a lot of free damage for HBO, so you're very, very happy as HBO here to get a bunch of Zealot kills for free. And I think we're probably working towards a 4th base as HBO, at least we should be.
Man, he lost quite a few Zealots there, like at least 4 Zealots, and then 3 that are probably going to die because they're out on the map.
Yeah. So you're just going to fly in here and start sniping Templar. You pretty much ignore the goons. The goon DPS is not that scary. Even if you bleed off a few meters, it's fine, because it's really about the value you're going to get out of your Hydras instead. A lot of Storm here in this High Templar, at least. I mean, a lot of the meters go down. I didn't really like committing here into the cannons, because you're really happy just to be killing the Templar. The meta's job is you kill the Templar, and then the Hydras can just eat up the rest of the army, right? So using them to kill like a few probes within the cannon's not really a fan of that one personally.
It felt to me like he was trying to bait Protoss to storm his own probes in case. It
kind of seemed like it, yeah.
Yeah. So DT sharking around. We've got no 4th started yet, and a 3rd started for Protoss.
Yeah.
So, HBO has super good map vision. He can see like everywhere, which is nice.
Yeah, not a big fan of the no 4th. It kind of is putting a lot of pressure on himself to win a big fight here soon, to try to deny this 3rd. But if Aeternum stays postured defensively, he should be able to just kind of keep building up his death ball and get there. But we do have a bunch of metas that got remade, so we're going to try to look to snipe this. And there's currently only one... Actually, there's only one Templar on the map, period. That is not good for Aeternum. It's going to get sniped before any storms get off. And Hydras win against Ground Army pretty well, although our numbers aren't super high. We do have 1-1 upgrades for this Protoss ball. So even though there's no storms, he is going to push HBO back. He was kind of leaving a lot of Hydras behind. Yeah, we see a lot coming across the map right now. He really needed to have everything together for this push if he's going to snipe all the Templar like that and go in.
Yeah, it's a super interesting spot where he eliminated all the High Templar. So in theory, it should be good for him, Hydra against gateway units, but there are just so many more gateway units that Protoss was fine. And Protoss was like, okay, whatever, I'll remake my High Templar. I'm fighting efficiently, cost-wise, against the Muta. So I think Protoss should be pretty happy here. Although we've got Lurker on the field now.
Yeah, but we have Observers out. If he's getting up to his 3 gas, like this is looking pretty good for Protoss, in my opinion, but I also said that last game, so who knows what HBO can get done here. But yeah, gonna come in for this for this push here. We are out of storms again. We've been very light on storms because of these snipes, so it's been a little bit hard. But this 3rd gas getting up is kind of a scary moment for Zerg, because once that 3 gas is online, you can kind of mass Goon Storm, and Goon Storm absolutely crushes Lair Tech.
Yeah, it's a real big threat, and he's trying to be active. Like Zerg has Protoss isolated a little bit. Like he's cut off the reinforcement path, but is it actually doing anything? Because Protoss is pretty happy to just sit and mine, and he's got his 3rd defended, he has his Nat defended, and he's just going to stockpile High Templar off the 3 gas. Meanwhile, Zerg's 4th base is finished, but it's not saturated yet.
Yeah, game state's looking pretty good for Protoss. Supply's not like super high like he typically wants it. We see some snipe attempts onto these observers and also kind of sneaking around and killing a couple of these Templar, but it's going to get cleared up. And this is starting to get pretty worrisome for HBO now as Aeternum clears all this up, and he's going to start having that kind of non-stop goon storm being pumped behind this like I was talking about. And there will be a window where when Aeternum hits about 150, 160 supply, his army is going to be super scary for HBO to deal with.
Yeah, like 3-base Protoss is a completely different beast from 2-base Protoss, man. It's like 2-base, you can fight just fine with Hydra, Muta, but 3-base Protoss, it feels like you need to get into like some Hive Tech or a metric ton of bases and upgrades. We just now see Evos coming up, which is pretty late for upgrades. We're gonna have like what, 0-2 Hydras fighting 2 armor Protoss units.
Yeah, and he's gonna go straight for the main, just kind of ignoring all the defense set up there at that 3rd base. I kind of like that from Aeternum. Make the Zerg come into your army so you can storm them. Very, very smart play there from Aeternum. Gonna get some value here in the natural, kill off a bunch of these units. Gonna kill this Evo Chamber, which is also pretty nice. And yeah, it's looking pretty good for Aeternum. We're hitting that supply where it starts getting really hard for layer tag Zerg. And I mean, we're up 70 supply right now, and I think HBO is just gonna crumble here.
It's kind of hard to pinpoint the mistake from HBO. I mean, obviously getting supply blocked isn't ever good, but decision-making wise, I don't really see what he did wrong. He did commit a lot to try to kill the 3rd base that never happened. GG's called.
GG. Yeah, I mean, if I had to try to point out like kind of where it went wrong for HBO, you know, he got those Templar snipes, which were really nice, and he remade the Muta flock to do it again. I do think he had to remake more Mutas than he would have wanted to because he lost so many to those cannons, so that also ate into his Hydra count. And then also when he went for that big attack, he kind of left, you know, a large chunk of army behind. And it allowed Aeternum to trade more efficiently than I feel like he should have been able to without storms. So
gotcha.
A few small errors that, you know, with the supply blocks do actually kind of add up as well. And yeah, I think this just allowed Aeternum, who played a cleaner game overall, to take the win here.
Yeah. Hey, these two are making this matchup look very exciting. Like, so much fighting in both of these games.
Yeah.
Aeternum has really impressed me with his storms. He's had such good storms both games.
Yeah, the one thing he's been doing that is actually pretty impressive is when he's storming the mutas that are coming for his Templar, he's doing a good job of predicting the pathing here. Okay, looks like we're gonna get Roaring Currents for Game 3. How excited are you, Sterling?
Bro, I love this map so much. I don't think I've seen a PvZ on it yet, but I'm sure it's amazing.
I like this map. Genuinely. I mean, I like the weird maps a lot of times. I think I've talked about this before, probably in BSL. I generally like the weird maps anyway, but I actually think this is a legitimately cool one.
Me too. It's just, it's got that island theme, but it also has some regular bases, so you sort of choose your own adventure. Yeah, usually fighting for those islands is pretty important, but you don't have to. You can just take the 7 ground bases, or 6 ground bases.
Yeah. Alright, looks like our players are ready here, so we're going to jump into Game 3, the final game here between Aeternum and Hula Bulu.
Alrighty, here in the top right, we have our Protoss warrior, Aeternum.
And his opponent here in the bottom left, our Zerg warrior, HBO.
So this map has such a long rush distance. First thing that comes to mind for me is Nexus first, proxy gates, like 4 pool, 12 hatch. These are sort of the builds I think too. Like the builds on the extremes. Like you either do something super all in trying to punish greed, or something super greedy. Those are the first builds that I think of on a map like this.
Yeah. So here's one of the unfortunate things for Protoss. Even with these crazy long distance rush distances, you still can't go 12 Nexus against any full first builds regardless.
Okay.
I do think it tends to lean more towards rewarding 12 hatch, but part of the issue would be is that you're also going to get scouted early, which is what we're going to see here. So dropping that 12 hatch kind of annoying. Going to get that Forge expand, not super surprising. I think Gate expand on this map would be terrible because of that rush distance. So I think that makes the most sense.
I had a thought bubble, which is I saw a game that Snow played where, or it was a game, I think it was either Larva or Zero against Snow, where the Zerg was on this map. The Zerg went 4-pool and then sent a drone like he was going to take a hatchery, and then Snow used the probe to block the hatchery and then went Nexus first and died to the 4-pool. It was incredible.
Yep. Yeah. We saw that Aeternum didn't fall for that. He saw the drone come out, but he still wanted to check the pull timing just in case, so he could react accordingly. So yeah, some Protoss players tend to be more safe, especially if they're... Well, it's interesting that Snow would do that, actually, to be honest. You would think that Snow would have the confidence, you know, but really wanted to optimize, I guess. That's what he gets. That's what he gets for trying to cut corners. Yeah.
Yes. So general approaches to this map, like, I would like to see some Corsair Reaver and potentially into Carrier. I'd be pretty excited to see that. I would be a little surprised if we end up seeing standard Gateway Man. It just seems a little underwhelming on this map. Like when Carriers are pretty strong and Corsair Reaver is pretty strong.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, with this high ground natural, it does seem to at least favor like some sort of heavy Corsair build, at least. But yeah, I'm curious to see what Aeternum will do. I really haven't seen like any PvZ either on this map hardly, so I also don't know what to expect. So this will be a learning experience for both of us, I think.
I know, it's so weird to actually see this map. It's so exciting. Usually somebody bans it or nobody picks it, but it's very fun to see this map pop up.
Absolutely. Yeah, gonna go over that Forge expand. He's cutting Zealots pretty much completely at this point. You know, he's had the probe out here, so he's seeing the lack of drones overall. Or, sorry, the lack of wings overall, so just gonna be greeting out his tech as fast as possible, and it's actually gonna be an early Hydra build from HBO. I find that to be a little bit surprising for this map. Maybe not wanting to commit to an air build because it does kind of lean towards Corsair heavily. And he just doesn't want to get into that, you know, air versus mass Corsair dance.
Yeah, that could be. Is this... I'm not a Zerg. Are we heading toward a 973? Or...
It's got potential to be, but still yet to be seen. It could just be kind of like early Hydra pressure, but you know, you got this high ground, so it's a little bit easier to defend as the Protoss player here. Or I say a little, it's actually a lot easier. And we see that Robo coming down really early, so this does look like we are going to be getting Reverse Air Sterling.
Sweet. Love to see it. Zerg has a good amount of gas, like 300 gas. Makes me think maybe he's not getting Hydra speed or range. Well, that's probably wrong, because that's a lot of Hydra. We have 3 across the map, 2 more, so at least 5. So, and there's a drone popping out. So I'm seeing 6 Hydra, and we're droning behind it.
Yeah, so this is light Hydra. It's kind of to look like a 973, so it's just to get a bunch of cannons out of your opponent. But it's going to be drones behind these initial Hydra, I would imagine.
Okay.
Yeah, they're still there. I like trying to get this Overlord kill. There's still a second Overlord. But by killing the Overlords and kind of preventing them from getting that high ground, that's why he's committing to this so much. By getting rid of the potential high ground vision, it makes it where he can't even kill the wall. But there is that additional Overlord there, which will still give it to him. But we have these forward cannons. I like the SimCity here from Aeternum because it's going to make it where we can't really push up into this. And Aeternum...
A nice wall. Do you think that the Hydra can kill the gateway from here once they get range, or is that gateway safe?
They can. They can still kill the gateway from the top side there. One thing that Aeternum did do is because he committed to that Overlord first instead of going straight across the map like you typically do, is he didn't know if HBO was committing to mass Hydras or not. So he actually made more cannons than he typically would have liked to have. Okay, so he did cancel a couple cannons, so that's actually really good. Good awareness there from Aeternum. But double Robo is done. And, you know, because these scouts no Spire yet, and the Lair was still building, he's going to delay adding some Corsair, but HBO went straight into Spire. The Lair actually finished right behind that Corsair. And I am really surprised that Aeternum did not sweep through again to see if a Spire was dropped or not, because this is extremely important information.
It's feeling to me like Zerg didn't accomplish anything, really, with their early Hydras, and would have just been better off making a ton of drones. I wonder what Ski was hoping to accomplish with this opening. Like, was he hoping to force 6 cannons? Was he hoping to kill his opponent? I wonder how he visualized this game playing out with the fake Hydra monster.
Yeah, he was definitely hoping to get more cannons than what he got out of Aeternum. Getting only 4 is definitely not what you're looking for after doing this. But Aeternum just did a pretty good job navigating that, even killed an Overlord, right? The only thing I'm worried about is... Nice first shot there from this Reaver. The only thing I'm worried about right now is he doesn't know the Spire timing for HBO. He tried to go back in with his Corsair and it died immediately. He is still going to that second Stargate, getting +1 and getting more Sair. So you have to respect it regardless, but just knowing when it is would have been nice to know.
Yes. Interesting to take the center island base instead of his pocket base on the far right. It's always kind of an interesting decision when you can take the more shared base or you can take the safer base. Mm-hmm. And he's taken the more shared base. Like, this base is a lot easier to attack because it's way closer to Zerg.
Oh, that's fancy.
Ooh, some burrowed Hydra.
Yeah, a couple things I want to talk about real quick. So the burrowed Hydra is nice because it's when I catch that shuttle off guard, right, where it's going to come in and drop the Reaver off and suddenly the Hydras pop up on it. And the reason he's taking this base, at least what I believe it is, yes, it's like easier to attack for HBO, but it's also a better attacking... It's like a better place to stage your attacks as a Aeternum as well. You're going to have these cannons where you can kind of retreat to very easily, and you can pivot from that base both aggressively and defensively very, very easily.
This is potentially devastating. This Reaver drop in the main.
Yeah.
Gosh, this got so many kills. The main is down to 4 burrowed drones, and the Reaver's still in there. Muta will be able to clean this up. And as somebody in the chat noticed, Zerg did have an idle worker in the main that got burrowed, and now he'll get to work. But yeah, that was a lot of damage.
Yeah, a little bit painful. It's kind of unfortunate HBO set up these cool traps at both the expansions, and then Aeternum found the one angle that didn't have this kind of ambush attack set up. Third Stargate on the way here for Aeternum, and this looks pretty hard to play as Zerg, to be honest with you.
It does. It really does. Like, he's teching into Muta, and he's got these burrowed Hydra traps. But...
So, hear me out. You know what the best... In my opinion, okay? So, I played against this once when I was playing during my Zerg adventures. Okay, I played against a guy that went Sarah Reaver.
Yeah.
And what I did that seemed to work really well, it just made sense in my head theoretically, and it did work out, is going into Hive and then going Devour a Guardian with Muta actually is insanely good against Sarah Reaver. It's really bad against Storm. But if you can kind of catch them off guard with it, and especially here where it's a little bit hard for them to get like good areas for Storm, because you can kind of spread pretty well in these island areas, right? The Devourer completely shut down Corsair.
I could see that being pretty strong.
Yeah, like Devour make it where Corsair just stop doing damage, right? Once you get like the 9 stacks or whatever, and then they just kind of melt against mutas as well with the 9 stacks.
And it kind of completely neutralizes Reaver because you're playing a pure air army. How does it do against Carrier? Does Devourer do okay, or do you add in Scourge?
Devour not great against carriers. It's okay-ish, but it's not great because the Acid Spore doesn't really affect the carriers. You know, Acid Spores it does make them attack slower. Yeah, so the Devourers, the 9 spores will make them take the bonus damage. But I just meant the attack slow doesn't affect the carriers, which is what makes the Corsairs kind of get disabled. That's why they're like okay. They're okay against carriers, but I don't think they're great. The Defiler is kind of what shuts down carriers a bit better, I believe. But you don't see it very often, so it's kind of hard to say for sure what the exact correct response would be.
So HBO, he's dropping that Queen's Nest. He's got some OVs moving. I assume they're not full of units, but you never know.
Yeah.
And he does have drop because there's a hatch top left.
The issue is that if Protoss gets like all 3 of these islands, it's kind of hard winning for Protoss because there's just so much more resources on these islands than there is on the low ground.
Oh, are there? That's interesting.
Yeah, it's 1,000 for the low ground and 1,200 for the islands here, so a bit more. And I think the gas also has a little bit more, so yeah, just a bit more resources overall. So it could be even bases, but if you got those islands, you do have a pretty substantial lead. Yeah, 4,000 and 3,000.
Looks like HBO's going for a drop, and yeah, it feels like if HBO can defend top left island, can get the rest of the ground bases. Okay, huge drop going down. Corsair a little out of position, but Protoss is barely ready for this. There's like 7 cannons in the main. The Reavers are coming back. I hope he has an observer somewhere. Sometimes obs can get neglected when you go Corsair Reaver because you end up so focused on the Reavers and the shuttles.
Yeah. The observatory is going to go down. I'm sure he at least queued some observers. So he should be fine here. Going to take a little bit of building losses, but overall not too bad. Going to clean up relatively well. Carriers have started coming out now. And man, I really don't know what you do here as HBO. This seems so hopeless against this army composition.
It does. He's reinforcing this drop, so he's gonna flood in with more Hydra, which is a pretty cool choice. I guess run away from the Reavers and run up and then around. I'm very concerned about the Reavers.
Gonna kill a few there. Big Reaver shots there. Gonna jump on top of the Reavers here, but we have 2 additional Reavers behind us as well, so even though he's gonna pick off just the 1 Reaver, there's still 3 more. The carrier's gonna also be helping to clean this up. And this has been pretty inefficient here from HBO. We do see that Greater Spire now on the way for HBO. But, you know, mining gonna be getting a little bit sparse here pretty soon for the non-island bases. And a shuttle going top left, and we have nothing in position to protect this.
Hopefully it's just a probe in that shuttle, but I have a feeling there's a Reaver or 2.
Yeah, and Overlords go down also with a bunch of units in it, and it's also with a probe, so we are looking to take this base. One Reaver, 1 probe, 1 Zealot. Gonna go for a drop here. Yeah, gonna go for a drop here, but with 4 cannons and 2 Reavers, I don't think this is gonna go very well for HBO.
Okay, he does get the lurkers down, and he's targeting down cannons.
Okay, actually.
And he's gonna take out this base.
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, I was worried about the splash being a lot better for those scarabs, but it really wasn't that great overall for Aeternum, so yeah, HBO gonna deny that base. That's a pretty big moment. Aeternum is taking the bottom 6 o'clock base, but the top left base was denied. And HBO really needs to find a way to secure at least one of these islands. He may just take the middle now for himself, but it has been mined out a decent bit at this point. Yeah, down about 760 on those patches.
And here come the carriers. And
upgrades a little light on these hydras and not a lot of hydras, but you know, hydras actually do a pretty good job of killing interceptors if you have enough of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just not quite enough here.
Feels to me like the game is going to get easier for the Protoss to play relative to the Zerg because he's got the Death Ball army. He's got the Death Ball comp. And Zerg has a lot of tools and a lot of mobility with these OVs. But it's usually easier to play, like in RTS games, it's easier to play the Carrier Reaver than it is to play the Hydra Overlord.
Yeah, just in all the RTS games, the Carrier Reaver is easier.
Yeah, it is. You put carriers into any RTS, you play some Age of Empires 2, just build some carriers. They're good.
It looks like we probably are morphing a few Devours now, but we got 3 shuttles here and carriers and Corsair. It's just, it looks so hard for Zerg, guys. Gonna get a bit of an unload here back to resecure this island map, and I mean, we see this, like, how do you break it as the Zerg player? Gonna plan here with his Scourge, gonna jump on top of this carrier, not quite gonna get the kill on it, and Devour, unfortunately, spending all of your shots on the interceptors, not where you really want that to be going. And he's trying to do moving shots, but you actually can't do moving shots with Devour, just straight up cancels the attack. They'll, like, do 80% of the animation, and then nothing comes out.
It's so funny. I wonder if he doesn't know that, because it's so rare to actually build Devourers. He might. We're seeing Devourers on Roaring Currents. It's kind of a tongue twister.
Yeah, see, he's trying to do moving shots. It doesn't work. It does stop and get at least one volley there. And yeah, you actually kind of want to put your damage on the Sayer first to lower their DPS significantly. But I mean, it's such a hard micro battle, like we were just kind of talking about. It's like the micro side of it is so much easier for the Protoss player, whereas Zerg has to do a lot of things correctly.
That's kind of how it feels. Protoss is still mining pretty well, even though he's poor, right? But it's so easy to like dump your money into interceptors. Oh, a ton of Scourge coming in. A ton of Scourge gets almost 2 carriers. Those carriers are so low.
Yeah, 2 of them just kind of a love tap away from death, but luckily for Aeternum, I'm going to be able to step away. More Scourge are going to come in here. I mean, Scourge do pretty well against the carriers once the Corsair have been removed. And there we go, are going to clean up those 2 carriers. Blue trying to get this island secured, but not quite able to get it. And, you know, if he gets it up and gets a Nidus Canal, then it starts getting a lot easier to defend. Like I said, especially if you're getting Defiler up, right? Like, if you have Nidus and you can get Defilers out and you're dropping Swarms and Plagues and stuff, they do amazing against carriers. A Scout, let's go. Why not?
Amazing.
And this attack from HBO seems kind of like desperation, like he's not winning the air battle quite right, quite well enough, and he just feels like he needs to do something, but honestly attacking in this position, other than killing production, which, I mean, if you can kill the production, would be pretty huge, but it's going to be really hard to bust up this ramp and take all this out.
So, if the bases get split just like this, who's favored? Like, if Zerg gets these 7 and Protoss has these 5, who's favored?
Because of the matchup, I would say probably Protoss, because they can just get so much value out of the situation with their army composition.
Okay.
Technically, I believe it's more resources for Zerg with this map split, but I don't think it's enough for Zerg in the long run.
Yeah, because Protoss has like such efficient spellcasters between Reavers and Sockstorm. And Zerg, it's like Defiler are okay, Queens are okay.
Yeah, I mean, Queen's actually, I didn't even think about Queen's. Queen's probably not too bad because of Ensnare on the Corsair and Carrier is probably actually pretty nice, especially for helping the Devourer chase the Carriers a bit better. The thing is Devourer plus Scourge is kind of a weird combo because it doesn't do a whole lot for the Scourge to be getting Devourer stacks on something, whereas Mutas actually scale really well against it. But then your Muta's not going to be good against the Corsair. DPS on Muta's not super high naturally anyway. So, I don't know, it's tough. It's very tough. Like, Zerg needs a lot of different things, and they need to get it all to kind of come together properly.
I'm just realizing I actually couldn't tell you really what Devourers do. Like, I know
I'm
they
glad you
apply
asked.
some debuff, but like, can you explain it to me in a simple way that I can
Yes,
understand? Like, I
absolutely.
need an ELI 5 on this.
Yeah. So it's not as complicated as people think sometimes. So the Acid Spores has two effects, right? So it stacks up to 9, right? And it's AoE when it hits something. So when they hit something, for instance, like they'll shoot these carriers, and it's gonna AoE put the spores on. The damage isn't AoE, but the spores are, right? For every Acid Spore stack on a unit, it attacks slower and slower. And I don't know if I mentioned the max stacks is 9. The other effect it has is that every stack of Spore makes it take bonus damage every time it takes an instance of damage. So, for instance, if you have 9 stacks on 3 different carriers, and a Muta hits them, you know how it's like 9-3-1 damage, right? Well, it's 9-3-1, except it's 9 plus 9, 3 plus 9, and 1 plus 9. So it just takes 1 bonus damage for every stack as well.
So it both slows the unit's attack speed and it makes the unit receive more damage from other enemy units. Okay.
HBO keeps trying these moving shots. It's not realizing that it doesn't work for Devourer. It's like literally the only unit in the game that doesn't have a moving shot mechanic.
That's so tricky.
Yeah, we keep hearing it where it's like the Devourers, you hear the sound effect of the Devourers attacking and then nothing comes out. That's what happens when you try to moving shot. But it also makes their attack go on cooldown, so it's just bad in every possible way.
He's shooting himself in the foot a little bit.
Yeah.
Ooh, we're seeing the first High Templar come out, and just in time, I hope he researched Storm.
He might not have a yet. Yeah, because of the way Devourers work on Sparkle, this is why I came up with the strategy of me going Devourers and my teammate going Corsair. Because the splash damage all does bonus damage as well.
Ooh, so the Corsair could just wipe out anything there.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
I like it. I like it. Why is this game feeling kind of Zerg favored? I guess he did take out that shared nuke.
Yeah, he took out this island, which is a really big deal, and I don't really know what we're hoping to accomplish pushing up here. I mean, I guess if he kills the Reaver, there's really nothing to stop the Lurkers from breaking this position anymore. And this is just additional pressure and kind of making Aeternum spend more money, which Aeternum doesn't have a big bank, which is kind of surprising. I don't know what's been happening to his money. HBO, I guess, has been trading a lot better than I realized.
One finishes up. Wow. I just want to say, this is everything I was hoping it would be for a PvZ on Roaring Currents. This is awesome. This game has been so fun.
It's very technical.
Very, very technical. We get to see all these weird units, and like, oh, poor HBO with the Devourers, like the moving shot stuff. It's probably been painful.
Yeah.
But looks like he's still scrapping it out. He might walk away with a win here.
He might actually be able to do it. And he's showing too much respect to these Corsair. I don't know that HBO fully understands what the Devourers are doing either, to be completely honest with you. And I wouldn't blame him for that, just for the record, if he doesn't know all the mechanics of it, because there's a lot of players that don't, because you just don't make this unit, ever. The only reason I know is because of VGH.
Protoss is almost mined out.
Yeah.
Like, it feels to me like Protoss is going to have to get an army together to take that ground base. I don't think Aeternum has enough bank to win without another base. These islands are almost mined out. He's using the Reaver.
I don't know why he's running from the carriers, just finish them off. The Devourers win that. Devourers do decent damage. Their DPS is really low, but their initial like punch actually hits pretty hard. I think it's 25 plus 3 per upgrade, I believe. Well, we don't have any attack upgrades, so we may never know.
Protoss has such a high supply, but I guess a lot of it's in Stargates. Because I'm not seeing...
We also have no air armor for... How are the upgrades so low for both players on the air? This map is all about the air fight.
It's been desperate, okay? Both players have... There's a lot going on. I just... Where's the army for Protoss? He's like 75% maxed, and I see like 2 Reapers. I guess it's in Stargates. And...
Yeah, the carriers do soak up a fair amount of supply. But yeah, I guess we actually have a lot of carriers. A decent number of carriers.
Yeah.
I think, is HBO doing it? His supply is kind of staying the same. I mean, this is pretty inefficient here. I honestly would like it if he would just dial on these carriers and finish them off with the Devourer. The Devourers are incredibly tanky. They are one of the few units in the game that survive irradiates.
Wow, I did not know that. So you can irradiate one and it just lives through it?
Yeah, they are beefy units.
I wonder what Zerg is hoping to accomplish by pushing up into the Nat.
I think he's just attacking to defend his base in a way.
Okay. Just threatening the production. I guess the threat here is you can get on top of the Robos and the Stargates.
Yeah, we're forcing fights and trades here, and even though he's fighting at a deficit, he's actually still mining pretty decently, whereas Aeternum, you see in his income, it's just not even moving anymore. And by attacking here, it's keeping him off of this base that HBO is taking, this fourth base here.
And he's even, he's grabbing that middle base as well. Like, really impressive multitasking from HBO. Feels like he's managing a lot on the back end, with also lots of fighting in several different locations.
Yeah, carrier count's getting pretty high, but the carriers really aren't that scary in this game state, I feel. And Aeternum's money is just not moving. That bottom base is about to mine out, and when that's gone, he has nothing left in the tank.
And Zerg is mining 3 bases, and he's going up to a 4th, so his income will be good. This Protoss is on his last legs.
The Father are out now as well. It's going to make it very, very hard for these carriers to fight against it. Does at least get a couple carriers up here to kind of clear this base. There's nothing really to answer it currently for HBO. Targeting down these Templar. A bit of an interesting swarm there. We're going to call that one a misclick. And, I mean, HBO is taking more and more of a supply lead. I think he's just kind of successfully dried up Aeternum. Eternum's trying to get some value out. I'm not entirely sure how close it is, but there's still a lot of mining left for our Zerg player.
You gotta feel a little bit for Aeternum, because he played such a good series. He played so well this series. And
he played great in both series.
He did. He really did. But Pro League is tough, man. There's so many fantastic players.
Yep, gonna push the Aeternum all the way back into his main now. Gonna get these Devourers jumping on top. I hate that we still have no attack upgrade for HBO's air. Nice Plague though. Gets the carriers and on a lot of the buildings as well, even, which is always kind of fun to see, I think. But in HBO's defense, this has been a grind. This has been a hard game. There's been a lot going on, and pretty much every game these two played.
Yeah, they've been hectic. They've been just crazy. Protoss did manage to kill that shared middle base with a couple carriers, but I think he's completely mined out. Maybe has a single patch left at 6.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of Hydras. That is a lot of Hydras.
Yeah, Aeternum's doing everything he can to try and fight his way out of this. A little bit of insult to injury, I guess. Killing a few probes, but not really going to matter at this stage of the game. And HBO's still mining. You know, he's got that top left base still going at it. This other low ground base still going at it pretty good. And even though his mining's also getting a little bit low, he just a lot more in the bank and a lot more on the way. Swarm's coming down. Once again, pushing everything back. And even at this point, you know, every interceptor kill is permanent damage now.
Yes, it is. Oh, I saw an amazing comment in the chat. This game is what Blizzard wanted Broodwar to be like.
That's probably actually true.
This is exactly what they imagined.
A couple more carriers gonna go down. 4 carriers and a cannon and a dream, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. Even an extra Templar pops out of this gateway, and you know, like you said, I also kind of feel for Aeternum. He really played a cool game and a fun game, and honestly, every game I liked his position. But HBO he's a grinder, man. He clawed him back multiple times this series.
He did. And you also, you know, you can't feel bad going out because, like, you played so well this game too. Like, he's got to feel good about how he played. Like,
yeah,
he went out in a super fighting game where he's played so incredibly well with his carrier, his reavers, his harassment. He's done a lot to be proud of this game.
This game's actually like surprisingly close still, by the way. Like, HBO's just about out of mining. Honestly, I don't even know if I want to say it. This can be a draw. Can this be a draw?
I think it could be.
Do you think he can just deny the island base and rely on his cannons? Because
if Protoss could deny the middle base,
yeah,
that's a tall order because the carrier count is pretty low.
There's a lot of scourge here. Yeah. Okay. I don't think he can draw. Yeah. I was starting to bleed for a second.
It's a really fun idea.
Alright, GG gonna be called. HBO gonna take an absolute grind of a game win here over Aeternum to win this series 2-1 and move on. His reward is a rematch with Kyrie.
Gosh, that was really fun. That was a very fun series. Every series so far today has been terrific.
It's actually been really good.
How are you feeling, Ozzy? Do you want to just hop in, or do you want to take a bit of a break? I'm cool.
Give me a 5-minute break. I'm sure you guys heard it. My voice cracked a couple times. I need to get some water.
Sounds good, brother.
Don't kill myself. We'll take like a 5-6 minute break here, guys. Really almost made something out of nothing in some of these situations, so yeah, Kyrie really hasn't showed too many weaknesses today, so HBO definitely gonna have to try to find something to try and get the series back. But all right, looks like our players are ready this time. We are gonna head into the game here. It is gonna be the final series of the day, Kyrie versus HBO here on Dominator.
Here in the top left, we've got HBO.
And here in the mid right, we have Kyrie. Trying to match your energy. But yeah, alright, so go ahead. Let's hear it.
pretty tricky map for Terran to play TVZ. It's just really, really tough to defend against Muta on this map. I have seen Kyrie play some really nice macro games against Cross, so I have a lot of faith in his SK Terran, even on this map.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of ways the games can get really funky.
Yeah, I'm personally hoping for a bit of a standard game. There goes my voice again. Hoping for a bit of a standard game here because I hate Dominator, and Kyrie obviously super good TVZ. So if he plays like a more standard SK Terran, that would be great for me to learn something here.
Yeah, it's such a tricky one. Like defending Muta's really, really hard. Like there's a lot of hard things for Terran. But on the flip side, there's hard things for Zerg. Like, if Terran can get through the Muta stage and get out onto the map, dropships are just so strong because you can escort them right up to the edge. And also, securing bases is kind of hard. Like, taking a fourth on this map is pretty hard.
Yeah.
Like,
it is.
For example, for Zerg and 12 o'clock, they can take their third at 1 o'clock, and it's pretty easy to secure. But then taking a fourth is really challenging. And then, like the most common base I think to take is like mid-left, like that 9 o'clock base, because it's got the raised high ground ramps. But then it's also pretty difficult to take a fourth.
Yeah.
Vic Viper
Yeah, it's tough.
€5. Broodwar forever.
I think we do see a lot of like 3 base builds on this map sometimes for Zerg. But it's also like really good for aggression from Zerg, I think, because the Sim cities for Terran in this matchup's a little bit tight. There are a lot of places that Mutas can potentially punish, and even if you want to go for like drop plays like we saw on that Litmus game, there's just so much surface area for drop potential. Especially because your production's like near your ramp here as Kyrie.
Ooh, killing that. SCV and a Marine. Okay, trading like 4 lings for an SCV and a Marine feels pretty fair.
Yeah, it's okay. Ling's gonna get in as well and kind of identify everything that it needs to see, which not a whole lot, but I mean you see the gas timing, so you know it's like 1 rax gas, so it's unlikely that you're gonna get any sort of stem timing or anything. So that's actually pretty useful information for HBO.
Yeah, if I see this as a Zerg, I'm thinking, okay, it's either a factory opening or an eBay for +1.
Do you think he makes the sunken just in case it's like a proxy factory?
I doubt he ends up making the sunk. I think he's going to assume eBay for +1, just because that's Kyrie's style.
Yeah. If you're against Moonra, you always make the sunken here, though.
Yeah. Or if you're on ladder, you make a sunken at your nap. Maybe you make a sunken your main.
Yeah, that used to be really common actually when this map first came out. The like proxy factory and then floating into the main. This like everybody was trying this when this map first came out.
Kyrie scouting everywhere for an overlord.
Yeah, so we are doing that eBay +1 build. eBay Acad, kind of like simultaneously dropped for Kyrie actually. And I can't, like, he is so aggressively postured with his Marines all the time. And it makes, I would never be able to do this. I would never be comfortable doing this.
It's so scary, like, but he goes back in just in time. He gets back behind his wall.
But it's like, if there was 4 more lings there, he could have just lost the game in that exact moment. You know, like, it's crazy, man.
Walking the tightrope.
But maybe he just understands the game that well. Like, it's very possible that he's like, well, it's not possible that he has 4 extra lings here. Like, it can only be this many, so I'm safe here. Or he doesn't. He's just a psycho. Like, who knows?
Maybe a little bit of both. A little bit of both. He's got a good read, and he's a little bit psychotic.
Alright, Spire finished up, but we didn't really have Larva for mutas at that time, so it's kind of just going to be droning. It was a bit more drone, and I guess we're supply blocked as well, so we just haven't even started the mutas yet. So these mutas going to be a little bit late getting here. And I want to see the kind of turret setup for Kyrie, because this is where I fall apart in this matchup.
Yeah, so there's so many places you have to defend, right?
Yeah.
You gotta defend your wall, your nat, your main, your barracks, your ramp. Okay, Lings are diving in. They don't actually get anything. Pretty good micro from Kyrie.
Yeah, HBO threatening the counterattack here. We got 3 Marines here with Stem, though, so going to be able to clean this up pretty easily. So nice cleanup here from Kyrie. Going to kill a lot of these Lings and take basically no damage, just some energy damage on these medics. Mutas are going to be out now, and yeah, this is kind of what I wanted to see. We're extremely light on the turrets, though, so, you know, I don't know how this would work in a normal situation, so I'm not going to learn anything here, unfortunately. But Kyrie understands his position pretty well. He knows that these mutas are really late. He knows he can posture aggressively, and honestly, when you're going eBay +1 to be able to skip turrets as well and be out on the map like this, you are incredibly happy as the Terran player.
Yeah, it seems like Kyrie's come up with a pretty interesting way to deal with the SimCity being so difficult. Just, alright, I'm gonna put Marines on the map and defend with having a Marine ball.
That's exactly it. Kind of taking the kind of one of the like 101s of TVZ, which is posturing with your Marines in order to, you know, be allowed to cut some corners. Make Zerg, you know, respect the potential of that bio ball. And then, you know, HBO makes those Sunkens, and then he feels like he's now comfortable coming, you know, into Kyrie's base. And Kyrie, recognizing that, brought his bio ball back and made his additional turrets. This has been, like, perfectly navigated from Kyrie so far.
Shows so much experience in the matchup. And we're into such an interesting spot where Zerg droned pretty hard, but isn't taking a third. And Kyrie's got everything. I mean, he's taking up to Starport. Yeah. I really wonder what HBO has cooking. Like, what is he going to do to win this game? Because that third is not super fast. His muta count is not super high.
And there's no Hydra Den, no Hive. Like, I am really worried for HBO as this game goes on. We have double starports are done. No Queen's Nest started. No Hydra Den, so I wonder if Kyrie, if he identifies this, if he wants to go into Valkyrie, or maybe just go into Vessels anyway. Oh, it is going to be Valkyrie. Oof, this is not good news for HBO.
It's not. I wonder if HBO is going mass muta. Like, is he just going to skip Den completely? Is this just, like, basically mass muta? He got +1 attack, which against Valkyrie is probably not good.
Yeah, it's not ideal. I mean, it's good for clearing the turrets, right? But once these Valkyries come out, he's going to be very disappointed to see that. And then there's going to be a very scary push timing here for Kyrie, getting as much value as he can. But now this first Valkyrie pops out, and these mutas going to take a lot of damage on the retreat. Didn't quite get our moving shot there with the Valkyrie, so don't get that second volley at least. And, you know, Hydra Den's on the way now, Queen's Nest on the way, but there is a very scary 2 Valkyrie push timing here coming out from Kyrie.
Man, that's a lot of bio. And we have 2 Valks with 2 more on the way. Feels like Terran is ultra safe, and Zerg is...
Yeah,
Zerg... Tough spot. No lurkers.
Oh, do we get these? Oh, unfortunately, okay, we get one of the Valkyries, so that's actually pretty nice for HBO. He's going to try to slam down a bunch of Sunkens, but he really doesn't have much time here. Mita's going to be scrambling to get back here, and the bio ball's about to meet up, and I think we're just about to go for it. I mean, if Kyrie didn't lose that Valkyrie, I think he's way more comfortable pulling the trigger immediately, but yeah, he's just going to take the Sunken damage and pivot to this third. Looks like he did identify where it's at, and this is also plenty of damage here for Kyrie.
Yeah, this wins the game just as well as busting the Nat. And Kyrie's been scouting so well this game.
Oh,
He's
man.
had an SCV patrolling all the bases, so he knew exactly where to go.
Alright, gonna be a little bit of a last two raw counter here, and Kyrie just has random bio balls on the map at all times. Like we're at 11 minutes almost, and he's like, "Yeah, I'll intercept your lane still." Like that concept never changes for Kyrie.
It's so cool. So
He's gonna get cleaned up for it.
Go
But
ahead.
I was just gonna say Kyrie is gonna get cleaned up for that posturing, but I mean it doesn't really matter. I feel Kyrie has a big supply lead. These Mita's gonna get cleaned up here. Yeah, I don't see an out for HBO anymore.
Gonna have to be something with Lurker, I think, but looks like we already have tanks on the way. And yeah, it's just a dire position with Zerg where you can survive a little bit, but if you're not growing, there's not you're not surviving into like a hopeful future.
Exactly. Well, the Father Mound is on the way, but we're gonna go for this kind of sneaky third, and I could see that going undetected for a while. Oh wait, no, he scanned it. Alright, so nothing going right for HBO.
Gosh, Kyrie on top of everything right now.
Yeah. Yeah, he's really making sure he doesn't make any mistakes or slip up here, and just looking super crisp. Even these Valkyrie are going to go Overlord hunting now. This is one of the reasons I kind of wanted to learn Valkyrie builds, because you get to where you kind of get that control. You can then just fly around your Valkyrie like Corsair and just snipe off a bunch of Overlords.
Is he gonna find all the OVs top left? Oh no!
Of course he is.
Oh no! Oh, devastating.
Well,
Okay, the Scourge will come in to get revenge, but still...
they are going to get cleaned up, but yeah, I mean, we see this 35 supply here, cap for HBO. The meta's all softened up. We have 2 Lurkers out now, and Kyrie just going to take a third base, because why not?
What's your over-under on how long until Kyrie scouts this base? 5 seconds?
Yeah, about 5 seconds is what it looks like. The Rain's going to go up there and spot it immediately. We were trying to get that Nidus Canal up to maybe sneak a third base, but Kyrie just not letting HBO breathe at all.
And then if you're HBO, when do you GG?
Wait.
What's your... Oh? If this base gets killed, is it over?
Yeah, surely he gives up after that, right? You know, I kind of like, I always talk about, I always make the joke when a Terran doesn't leave the game. I'm like, well, they do have 3-3 mech, right? It'll be like 40 supply versus 200-200, and you feel like you have a chance because your mech is so efficient. So if I were to make a similar joke here, it would be, well, we do have Defiler Mound.
It is hard to kill a Zerg that has Defilers. I think parents should just climb their units into the Nidus and just go right into the Zerg space.
That should be possible, some sort of like expedition type thing where they're crawling through the caves of the Zerg Nidus.
Some Starship Troopers.
Yeah. Well, he's gonna defend this larva, so HBO does have that going for him. We'll see if he uses it before the creep. Nope, it does go down, so we do lose that larva. Gonna eat the Scourge and get a swarm up to defend this position. And honestly, unbreakable. This is unbreakable now for Kyrie.
I love it. I love that swarm. It's the little victories. It's the little victories. He may lose the war, he won that battle.
He's just defending the space, and he's letting Kyrie know that he cannot reclaim this space.
This is mine.
Oh my god, even the drone gets picked off trying to get back over there just barely. Kyrie going up to a 4th. I mean, you know, what can you say? It's one of those games where HBO doesn't want to quit because it is his like last chance here in BSL, right? If he doesn't pull the series off, so he really wants to try and fight it out. As Kyrie, you're just taking more bases and just kind of waiting for your opponent to accept it.
Yep. waiting for the inevitable, hoping you don't make any drastic mistakes or your internet doesn't cut out. Having some fun, great hitting.
Well, if I were Kyrie, I'd imagine that if he disconnected, we would at least evaluate the game state and pick a winner. So this might be a moment where Kyrie can save time by pulling his own plug.
There's a high-level strat.
HBO down to 30 supply now. Just really fighting to the last dredges here. And GG. Gonna be called Kyrie. Pretty dominant game one. Not boding well for HBO, going down 0-3 to Kyrie so far today.
Indeed. I'm kind of curious what his plan was going into that game. It seemed like he had kind of a reactive game plan. Like, he's like, all right, I'm just going to go speedlings into Muta, and then with my Muta, figure out what's going on and come up with something. But then Kyrie just had Valkyrie and really quickly counterpunched after the Muta.
Yeah. Yeah, this is something I was really thinking about a lot after my series with Urbmon, was how to start integrating Valkyrie, and I feel like I've kind of started to spot when it's a good Valkyrie timing. And the thing that's a little bit reassuring for me is each time I'm like, Kyrie could go Valkyrie here, he then goes Valkyrie, so this is like kind of a reaffirming that I might have a better understanding of when it's time to go Valks. And Alright, looks like our players are ready. Looks like we're going to be on Polestar here for game 2 of HBO versus Kyrie.
Alrighty. Bottom right, we have Hullabaloo.
Top left, we have Kyrie. If it goes to game 3, can we do some hype, like super hype introductions?
It might be hard for me. We've casted a lot of games.
Yeah, it's been a 4-man group. It's funny because like these like 8-man groups, which had a potential of a lot more games, were going, you know, like 6, 7, 8 hours maybe. I don't know if we ever hit 8, but we had some pretty long ones. This group has really been a grind for all these players. We're at the 4.5 hour mark here in the potential final game, and I'm sure our players are also getting a bit worn down. I mean, HBO, he's had a crazy series against Aeternum as well, so it could just be possible, honestly, that the fatigue is starting to set in for him a little bit.
It could be. Depends, like, how much caffeine he's had, because there is, like, I mean, he's playing in BSL for his life. It's like, he probably does have some adrenaline keeping him going.
Yeah, probably some adrenaline. Like I said, came up that like super grindy series of the tournament. I also think it's like 1 a.m. there in Poland, so it's getting a little bit late as well.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. This is the tournament life sometimes. Sometimes it comes down to stamina. Sometimes you do a best of 7, you win the 7th game, and everybody talks about how bad both players were.
So we've got standard openings from both. Kind of what I expected to see early on. Wall-in from Kyrie, Hatch into Pool from Hullabaloo. So HBO's been doing this 2.5 hatch in, I think, every game so far, which is the most standard ZVT build these days. Polestar, there's a lot you can do as Zerg on this map. Like, there's just so many different potential thirds you can take, including your standard ones at the other mains.
Yeah. Yeah, there are actually a lot of options here for Zerg. Depends what kind of style they want to go for. Yeah, you got these high ground thirds, which are very strong, very, very easily defensible for Zerg. It does, of course, always make it a little bit harder for them to get that 4 secured a lot of times if they don't do that main or natural. But again, it kind of depends. Like, there's multiple styles. You can do like 3-base crazy Zergs. You can do Hydra Defiler if you want to do 3-base.
If
That being said, I haven't seen anything standard out of HBO. Like not like 100% standard for his ZVT.
Yeah, and he probably wants to play a bit unorthodox against Kyrie.
Mhm.
Like I think, like if I were in his shoes, I'd probably be tempted to flood lanes and try to punish the early Marine move outs. Like really focus on killing the scouting SCV and then flood speed lanes and try to get some punishment.
You know, HBO did this. Wow, we're gonna catch this Overlord. Wow, that is brutal. Kyrie is just on everything today, man. And again, this is only viable if you're keeping your SCV alive as well, right? Because you know how many lings are out of the map and you know if they're staying home or not. So Kyrie is comfortable doing this because of the information he's been able to gather so far.
And he knows where to go with those Marines. I mean, he knows that OV scout pattern.
He went straight to it.
Sharp. Spire coming down, so standard stuff from HBO, -1 Overlord.
But this is 2 hatch meter, not 2.5 base, right? Yeah,
that's
so
right.
A little bit sooner. And so I was gonna mention this earlier. What he did was he made the Spire as natural. So if you don't see the gas timing as Terran exactly, you tell by the layer timing. And when they make their layer at the natural, with your scouts in the main, it actually kind of hides the information of, you know, whether it was 2 hatch or 2.5 base, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you can tell by drone counts, I don't know. But for me, I don't know how to tell when they do this to me.
Yeah, it's hard to tell, and sometimes you just have to, like, you wait till you get scanners, and then you try to piece things together and figure out when you need those turrets.
Yeah. Okay, we're doing the 1 Raxa CAD build. Big fan of this one. Or was this eBay, actually? Maybe this was eBay.
It's
Looks like
interesting.
It might have been eBay. Because
Yeah,
eBay's early.
He's been getting both eBay and Academy around the same time, and he gets both of them very quickly. It's kind of an interesting variant.
Yeah, so this should be a later factory. Yeah, okay, so we're going to go up to the extra barracks. So, yeah, it is going to be the later factory timing and a lot more kind of production, which I think could be pretty good against HBO because he's been playing this kind of delayed muta and kind of waiting on lurkers a lot. So if you just have like a ton of production, you can fight the mutas a lot and just kind of lean on the Zerg a lot.
Yeah, interesting. Like, oh, he chooses to build a bunker. I guess he doesn't have much scouting info, and he doesn't want to lose to some sort of lurker bust. And he's going to churn out a bunch of bio, and then probably just get out on the map and try to fight the muta. Like, we've seen he likes to just be really, really active when the muta are first popping out.
Yeah, I think it looks like he delayed his mutas a bit. We went for this hatchery bottom left and then another hatchery in the main, so he actually, it's like he looked like 2 hatch muta, but then made a bunch of extra drones, because his drone count also looks pretty good in his natural. So, kind of interesting, it was early layer timing into eco, and late mutas.
That's
kind of
an interesting
way of
like
doing
that.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some mixed signals, and he's also, like, preparing another tech switch into lurker. He got his den quite quickly.
Yeah, so there's going to be a window because of how HBO did this, where I feel like his muta count's going to be pretty light while he's trying to tech into these lurkers pretty quickly, and we do have that extra production from Kyrie, so I feel like HBO has to really respect the potential aggression here out of Kyrie, but I think the hard part for Kyrie here, like I'm trying to imagine if I were playing against Zerg doing this to me, I would have a really hard time understanding what he did if I were looking at this.
Me too. Like, you're not sure how heavy the muta are going to be, you're not sure how fast the lurker are going to be. Scanning can tell you quite a bit just from seeing the drone counts.
Yep.
But there's also so many bases to scout for on this map. Like, you can drop scans in between the main nat and scout 2 bases at a time, but those scans are pretty precious.
Yeah, they are, especially when they're going for this kind of lurker build here. And we did miss. You know, when I do these scans, I kind of like to scan more like where the mineral patch is, so that I can see the creep for both bases. I don't like scanning directly on the base. Yeah, if you scan like in there, you can see it one way or the other. The only time it would be bad, of course, is if the hatchery's not done building, which does happen to me sometimes.
Big old army. Big old army.
Yeah, but are the lurkers? The lurkers might actually be out in time, which, if that's the case, yeah, so lurkers are building right now. So, with that being the case, if HBO is able to get away with this, it feels like you kind of pulled the wool over Kyrie's eyes there, by doing this kind of fake muta, like, pressure into actual just eco.
Yeah, it does. It does feel that way. I have a feeling if you ask Kyrie, he'd still be feeling pretty confident.
Right.
These are the types of positions where, like, HBO, he's gotten himself into a good spot, but he still has a full game ahead of him to play.
Yeah. What's the starport timing for Kyrie? Oh, okay. Man, it's actually still good. That's crazy. Of course it's still good. It's Kyrie.
Ooh, big bust. Targets the sunken first. Even with 3 lurkers, this is a problem for HBO. Those
this is not
are
looking good. I would not have had the confidence to go for that with 3 lurkers there, personally, but Kyrie busted so easily. HBO even up-burrowed to try to move his lurkers back away from the scan, but now this hive is going to be under fire. This muta's trying to micro it down and soften these marines up as best they can.
There's more bio coming.
Well, I liked the thought process by HBO, but Kyrie just barrels down, kills the hive, and honestly, with the hive going down, hive goes down, starports are done, vessels are making, and that sounds unplayable. Those are GG gonna be called, Kyrie gonna win 2-0. It's crazy. I like what... Yeah, he is. I like what HBO's thinking and doing, but Kyrie just rams straight through it. Like, Kyrie just looking super sharp. All right, that's going to do it for us here today, guys, for these games. Looking at the brackets here, so TerrOr and Kyrie going to move on. Unfortunately, HBO and Aeternum are going to be out of the BSL, so TerrOr and Kyrie going to go on to the round of 16 to join, I think, what was it, 8 other players that have already qualified. I don't know if we have do we have the list of those players currently, or no? Okay. So Zero's gonna pull it up for us. I was just kind of curious for myself to kind of see the list that we have moving into the round of 16. But pretty good games today. Pretty hectic, crazy. We really went the distance today. I'll be honest with you. When I first looked at the group, you know, I was saying it was a decent group. But I wasn't like super hyped. But these games actually did not disappoint at all. They were way better than I expected.
They were really good games. A lot of really good series. Like, I think the 2 favorites did advance from the groups, but it's incredibly close. Yeah,
it was the expected result. In a sense, I didn't actually expect TerrOr to take down Kyrie, but those games were absolutely wild. And honestly, even the 2 non-favorites, the Aeternum and HBO, gave us an awesome series. I really enjoyed the Screaming Sea map. Yeah, that was a fun one for all of us, surely, if you're a fan of StarCraft.
Absolutely. All right, my friend, I'm going to hop off. GTs, thanks for co-casting with me today. This was fun.
All right, no problem. Yeah, thanks for joining me too.
Yes, sir.
All right, so here is our current round of 16 players. We got Gypsy, Dandy, SPX, across the Eonzerg, Tarson, Tech, Simi, and we just had TerrOr and Kyrie joining us as well. So, yeah, these are the 10 currently qualified players, and really liking the lineup. Every single player here looks super strong to me. Yeah. Bonnet and Hawk and DeWalt, and who else?
I will make passive. So It's Bonnie, Devil, Ziki, and Hawk. I see that.
Zeke, yeah, Zeke. Of course, Zeke. How could I forget Zeke? Yeah, I've become a big Zeke fan here recently. There's not many Zerg players that I actually follow very closely, but you know, Zeke's been participating in a lot of my tournaments and stuff too, and I've come to know the guy a good bit. And yeah, he's been showing a lot of progress. He's looking super strong, so I wouldn't be surprised if Zeke actually takes BSL this season. But yeah, absolutely. I can do that. I will thank the Patreons. Why not? All right, some quick shout outs here to the supporters, guys. We have our Wolf of Wall Street. We have Andrew for $200 a month. Bombastic General, My Fleeting Dream at $100 a month. Bombastic Colonel, we have Striker at $50 a month. Bombastic Major, we have Tupacalypse and Torso Driver, that's $30 a month. Bombastic Major, we have Chaosu, KJ, LML, Medino, Nicholas Schuler, Steaming Gypsy, and Steven Robertson at $20 a month. And the rest of our supporters really appreciate all of you guys giving to BSL in the community here. It allows us to keep putting this out for you guys. You know, I've become very grateful to be a part of the BSL and stuff. I enjoy casting and watching these games and kind of being allowed to integrate into this. So, yeah, really appreciate you guys all showing support. We see the big goal supporters at the top, but yeah, thanks to you guys. We can just keep doing the BSLs, keep giving you guys StarCraft content. I know there's not a whole lot of us here in the community, but I know that we do love StarCraft, and that's kind of what keeps us around. And it wouldn't be possible without you guys at all. So once again, thanks to every single one of you. I think that's going to wrap it up for here. Going to wrap it up here for me today. My voice is gone. As always, you guys know I have the weakest voice in StarCraft. Don't know why I'm a caster, but I am. But yeah, thanks for watching, guys. I appreciate it. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream, and we'll be back tomorrow with more BSL. Have a good night, guys. Catch you guys later. Peace.